All right, let's see, where are we at with all of this? Let's go to detach this window is what we're gonna do, and move you over there. Okay, let's see, streamer mode. Okay, there we go. How you doing, Bonin? That bug was fixed, so we don't have to worry about that one. Hello. Hello, Temporus. Yeah, well, I don't know. I wanted to do a long stream yesterday, but obviously, no end of fuckery decided to not have that happening. So here we are trying that again. But I have a call maybe at some point today. So I think I don't know if this is an early start, early end, or just an early start and that's it, right? No, you don't get ba, you get pa. Get what you deserve for having a long name. Okay, let's see. What should we do about this though, right? Good work, Temporus. This is not growing on me. I guess it's not as awful as it was. But I don't see myself being enamored with the drink anymore. Tea is better. Okay. We'll see if there's no fuckery today, then we'll get a decent stream. Alright, so here's to fingers crossed. Good work on the sleep. It sure does. I had to light a scented candle in here though, but yeah, we have a plan at least on how to deal with all this. We're moving. Just leave the next owners to deal with it. No, that's not it. We have to fix this. We have to fix this, and we have to make sure that it's covered by insurance going forward as well. Okay, so we're chasing a bug that has to do with floaty widgets. So let's have a look at that for now. So let's go into Anathema, and you know what we're gonna do though? You know what we're gonna do? I don't know what we're gonna do. You know what we're gonna do? Runtime. And let's see what we can do with this index here. Let's say that we have a set stack here. And we'll have a border text hello world, and then we have a position top 0. Actually, do we have to say anything there? No, we have the text hi. There we go. Okay, so that looks good. But if we do this background red. Okay, so you can't do that in a position. That makes perfect sense. But if we do this, oh no, that worked as well. What if we do a container here? Why is this not breaking now? Are we ready to go live with this then, to merge this? let's say that the top is state y and left is state x. And we go into main. Say x is a value I32, y is a value I32. And if we go here, and then we get the position to be mouse.position, and then state.x set to position.x. Is that something we can do? Like that. And then we enable mouse here. Hello, Caleb. How you doing? Okay. Doesn't seem to be an issue. Okay. Let's see what happens if we change the background here, though. No. I'm not sure I understand the question, Caleb. This is Twitch chat, but I don't know what it means with the fix up. Yeah, this. So we built this one yesterday. I don't know if you were there or not, but we built it yesterday, and it should work now. Yeah, seems fine. Oh, you weren't in yesterday. Ah, gotcha. Okay, then your question makes sense. Yes, we did this yesterday, right? It took us 1 hour to get to just have something on screen, and then I was messing around for a while. There is a bug somewhere in there, but I think it's going to be making itself known shortly. Should we get the game doll in here as well, shall we? Let's do that. So if someone redeems a game doll, we'll get that going as well. Yeah, I thought it was nice to have them. We're going to have other events as well. I haven't decided what to do with them. This is all a bit, hacky-backy, but let's see. What's the one? This is just a game doll, isn't it? Huh? Not two. There we go. We'll do something with that one as well. That should probably be... let's do a different thing. We have event. Let's have a quote as well. String. And that's a quote. And what is in a quote? A user and a message. Okay, so quote dot user, quote dot message. There we go. And then here. All right, there we go. I don't think it retains anything. Does it retain any history between runs, or does it clear if you restart it? I can get the history if I want. Quite simply, we can. If I do this now and I run it, nothing's gonna it's gonna be completely blank. But I can request the history simply by telling this one to get log. And now if I run it, oh, there we go. I found a bug. Found a bug. That's what I was looking for. Not this particular bug, but let's have a look at this one. Widgets loop 62. See, the goal is to try to finish Anathema today, so we can publish the alpha on crates.io, maybe. Something was removed? Huh. Okay, this should break again. Something was removed. So what is causing a removal here? Blades Pass or the VIP merges? No, the VIP, the work in progress merges. Yeah, no, that hasn't happened yet. I'm trying to figure out what is causing that then. So the get log is obviously the breaking issue here. And how can we replicate that? So we have our change removal. All right, so I think if we just push a load of messages into something here. So let's just do this multiple times, right? So for I in 0 to 10. No, no issues there. All right, what if we put that in here then? So no. And we're using push front on both of these. Yep. And direction is back for both of these. No. Maybe that will cause the issue. No? Okay, let's change this to 100 then. Nope. Still nothing. Damn. What's causing the issue then? That is the question. All right, let's just debug this thing. Let's go in here. Let's go to chat. Let's get this one back in again. So this will cause multiple sends to happen. We'll have a lot of emits happening. I wonder if that's the issue. That's the only thing that I can see. Okay, so let's do this then. We send messages instead. So we'll make this into a string. And we get an emitter. Let's get the component. And the emitter. So we can now send messages in there. We spawn up a thread here. And the first thing we're going to do is sleep for 1 second. We'll pretend that's some kind of network latency connection thing happening. Then we're going to send a lot of messages, right? So for I in 0 to 100, emit.emit, not smite. And what is it that we're emitting? We're emitting a string. So let's do format. Let's just do I to string. Like so. To the component. Huh? Oh, wrong component. Okay, that doesn't seem to do anything. Well, it did do. Oh yeah, we're never capturing the message. Good grief. Okay, wait 1 second. And there's the message. Oh, damn. Okay, well, let's get the game deal going for now. Hang on. Whoops. Game deal. Classic. What is the oddest vocabulary that developers use to name things, actions, patterns in program? The first two things that comes to mind. The oddest vocabulary. The oddest vocabulary would be... I don't know what the oddest vocabulary would be. It's hard to define what odd means because everything is just metaphors, right? Everything is just make-believe. It's a penguin there and some shoes. I have no idea what this is. I gotta stop doing the artwork. I never know what the artwork is. Kind of freak penguin. Yeah, this is not my cup of tea. I can tell you that already. Hour of Darkness, if you say so. I don't know. The penguin is iconic. Only in Linux for me. Yeah, I think that's a bit of a thing. But I think that's just poorly named software, right? Nothing else. The project might be really good, but the name is terrible. It's awful. Okay, we need to fix that one. I see what I've done wrong here. Name. Username. There we go. Okay, why is this not why is this not breaking, but this thing is? We're getting individual messages sent. A Bunnybot doesn't do quotes anymore. They're all on screen here. Given that if you're watching this stream, you might not if you're watching the stream, you might not have chat open. But if you have chat open, you certainly would be watching the stream, right? So it makes less sense to have Bunnybot do the quotes. Otherwise, we get double quotes. I'm trying to figure out why this application dies when we get the backlog, and I can't replicate it yet. We have a for loop, we have an overflow. What else are we missing that we have? We have, I mean, I guess we could just copy this entire template and use that. Although I don't think that is the issue. No, that is not the issue. Ooh, hello, Pepper. So what bug is on the menu? The issue is when I get the chat log. So everything goes into one project that is connected to Twitch, and then you can have a lot of satellite projects connected to that one. So there's only one connection to Twitch, right? And when things happen, they get written into what's called the aggregator, and the aggregator keeps a backlog of messages. You should probably trim those at some point. So let's go to Bunnybot, which is the name of this project, and the aggregator. And that is clearly not it. This is very, very simple. Okay, we have a message queue, and when you push... Okay, it's already written to deal with that. So we have a backlog of 1,000 messages, no more. So apparently I had already done that. So when you dump a message into the chat, it ends up in this backlog. Now we can request the backlog if we want, but if I do so, the project breaks. For some reason, I don't know why. We end up with this thing being out of range. So the tree has been modified in such a way, and I don't even know why. So we gotta change remove, and so it would seem like the simplest solution is to not do this, right? The simplest solution is just, okay, don't just index into the tree, see if there is anything in there first. However, there is some logic that might dictate that this should always work, and the bug might not be here. So fixing the bug here would be to put a band-aid on it, but there's a larger underlying cause. So before we just fix it here by using a simple get, we have to walk back and see if there's a flaw in the logic around change production, right? So when we produce a change, is there something that is wrong there? So this is just like bug fixing. There's a bug fixing technique. You find where the bug happens, but if you just stop there, isolate it, and fix it there, then you might be letting some worse symptom propagate somewhere else in the code base, right? Remember that this code base is like 20,000 lines of code, and if we leave a flaw quite deep in here that we sort of just have this weird workaround for, we might be sacrificing performance or whatever, right? So yes, exactly. So going back and fixing the underlying code, if in fact there is one, this might be the place where we fix it, but we just have to make sure, right? We have to make sure that we're fixing it in the right place. We could put a breakpoint here and just walk back from here, but that is not necessarily the issue. Instead, we're gonna turn on some logging. And I do believe that what we might end up with is this thing happening where we are wiping the tree and then we're trying to apply a removal to the tree after it's been pruned, right? Or truncated. And that would be bad, right? Indeed. So we're gonna see if this thing happens before this thing, then that would explain it. However, if that is not the correct behavior, then we're going to prevent this from running in that, either in that order or whatever else there is, right? But I should be able to reproduce the bug though, right? We kind of have a simulation here where the only difference is that we have these events here, right? So if we comment these out, I will unfortunately break this, right? Because it's hot reloading, which is, you know, it's good and bad. So if I do this now, chat just disappeared, right? So it's not ideal, okay? But we could do this. We could just say message or text message dot text maybe, right? Okay, that was not it. Message dot message probably. There we go. So now we just get a heap of messages, but now we can request the queue again, right? Before we go back and fix them. So let's see what the chat does. All right, so we turn on get log and we run this and we see that it breaks. And if it breaks, it does. That means that the issue is not here and we can get the chat back on screen again. Hello, JB. How you doing? Yeah, so another issue I have to do is fix the hard to see colors needs to be tweaked to make them more legible. But that's a whole different story. I'm not interested in the solution now. We kind of talked a bit about it yesterday. There is a solution, but let's not get bogged down on that one. I'm just letting GB know why they're barely visible on chat, right? Pretty good so far. I'm happy to hear it. Okay, so the issue was not there. Then could the issue be that we're using async? I don't think so, but maybe. So we have to add, we're just going to add full Tokyo here so we can just whack that onto the main function. And we're going to replicate that. So instead of using a thread, we have a function called network. We're going to get the component in here, component ID, which takes a string. And we're going to get the emitter. And we're going to set up the Tokyo runtime here. So what we do is we do a thread spawn. We're just going to use the thread here so we don't have to deal with all that other stuff, right? And in here, we're going to set up the runtime and do all the things that we're going to do. So eventually, what we come to do here is going to be emit async for this to work. All right, so let's have an async function called run. And I guess you need this too. And then here we can do this. And we're going to spawn the thread to set up this. So we need Tokyo runtime builder. I don't remember. Let's go to docs.rs Tokyo. No, that's not how you spell Tokyo. And let's find, we can walk back from the main macro, right? So we find the macro, it's green, so you know it's a macro. And then we're just going to copy this. And then some, whoops. There we go. Don't want that final one. And then here we're going to call run with the emitter and the component. Oh, wait. Okay, let's run this thing and see if this works. Well, this will do nothing. We're going to wait for it to build and do nothing. It won't do anything because we never called network. So get rid of you and just call network with the component and the emitter. And let's see if this thing is going to do the trick. Okay, that did nothing. Is this because the runtime hasn't started yet? Async makes you sad. I don't know what Cucumber RS is. No, I built my own messaging on top of async because I too become sad from all of this. Actually, you know what we can do? We can do a Tokyo time sleep for a duration. And we await that. Okay, let's see if this does anything. No. Well, we moved that one, didn't we? Okay, there's a message. Is this just not working, right? Let's add a clear here. Oh, I was planning on building something like that for Anathema. Why is this not doing anything? Let's panic here. Okay. Oh. Okay. There it is. And it still didn't break. Damn. I don't know what the difference is other than this thing coming over the network, right? Let's do some kind of sleeping here for 10 milliseconds. Not that we have that high latency locally, but still nothing. Wow. Okay. What could be the issue here? That's a bug. That shouldn't be. That should be a different color. Let's go to here. Find the event. There we go. Oh, a new message came in just. All right. You know what? We can work around this though. We just do this. D3, wherever you are. Could it be from the socket? No, because the issue comes from the UI. So the socket wouldn't cause an issue with the UI. I got a candle, a scented candle behind me. I'm going to keep an eye on that. So this is the UI that's throwing a fit. So the slice is 0. So okay, we just have to start logging then. So let's edit our here we go. So features, we'll enable the buggy, and that will go, right? You can. And that reminds me, I have to update this computer now and then. So what did I just do? Okay, you should break. So we got a few messages now. These are messages from yesterday. So let's look at the log. We got to change insert. We got to change. We wipe the tree and then we remove. Okay. So the for loop that iterates over messages gets changed. We wiped the tree for that one. And then we are... Oh, I know what this is. I know how to replicate this now, because there's a thing that I was missing. The thing that goes up here that says while state.messages length is larger than 10 state.messages.pop back. This should break it now. Yes. Yes, it does. Okay, so I found the bug. Okay, this computer is on. Let's do a sys update and then power it off. That's not that bad. Okay, we don't have to deal with the aggregator. So that is the bug. We pop back, which causes removes. But why is that causing a change? Can we simplify this now by just doing this in a key press instead? So we'll do this, and then we never issue a message. Okay, it doesn't seem to care about my key presses. Why not? Okay, let's debug this. Oh, right. I forgot to push the message, so there we go. Okay, let's see if this can break it. Yes, it can. All right. So then one of these is causing a change, and I think this pop back. We're just gonna make sure that it's equally broken in both directions. Yes, so we don't have to deal with one over the other. Okay, yep, that is the issue. Okay. This is causing a change when we do this. It shouldn't. We should use this. Okay, so pop back is just wrong. We should say with the list inner pop back like so. This is the value. The key says remove, return the value. Get rid of all of this. Well, the key we need. We don't have an index. The index was our length after the pop. It might just be this simple. Yeah, what a simple fix. Okay, well, that's just delightful. Then pop does pop back, and pop front needs to do the same thing. We don't need the index. We do this. Don't need that. Why do we need the key here? Why can't we do self.key here? We can. I just had some other junk in the way. Easy enough, right? Let's try it out. That was a surprisingly simple bug to fix. Oh, that's another issue. But yeah, this just puts emphasis on the fact that if we would have fixed the bug here, that would have been the wrong place to fix it, right? This removal through pop should never trigger a change, right? But there is a way for a change to happen. So we're going to make that work as well. Okay, that computer is still on. All right, we need to update Chrome apparently. That explains that. All right, we got a new bug. Let's figure out this bug. So this one goes into expression. Type info is encoded. Okay. Yes. Let's go to the value resolver instead. This used to be a project that was a singular file in there, but it was so incredibly complex that it had to become its own project. And where is this? Expression 199. Type info is encoded. So this thing breaks. Why is there an issue here but not with pop back? Pop back works, but pop front doesn't. Yeah, that's a bug. These values should obviously be different. Okay, so both of these are still wrong. They are not fixed. The plot, it be thickening. Okay, we can't go live or we can't release this with such a glaring bug. So we need to fix this. Question is, do I log this bug on Discord or not? No, I'm just going to try to fix it. Okay, so let's see. Can we write a test that will reproduce this issue? So when we call a state here, that message is wrong, isn't it? It gives us a shared state. Oh, but what this could be is that the pending value is no longer present. So this value might have been removed. So there is no guarantee that this thing exists. That would make sense. So we have to say, let some state equals that, else return value kind null. And the same thing has to be done here. And the same thing has to be done here. I don't know why it would say type info is encoded. That doesn't mean anything. We're trying to get this as a state, nothing else. So the message is kind of... It must have been a copy and paste job from somewhere else. Yeah, when we resolve the pending value, that's why. And we don't have anything that we don't resolve anymore, so that's fine. Hello, Risco. How you doing? Okay, so that kind of fixes a different issue. But we should get 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And now we should get rid of these 3. And then we should get 12, 13, 14. But we get 12. We just get 10, 11, 12. Or just repeating, right? Okay, so that's gonna be a problem when it comes to messages. Then let's see, pop front, how do you behave? Let's find the commonality here. So it should now get rid of 0. No, it shouldn't. It should get rid of the new messages. It kind of gets rid of the new messages, but not really. Okay, so that's 9 messages. And then when we add another one, it's going to remove that. But why is it not seemingly adding 3? That's confusing. Okay, let's log maybe. Maybe we log this. Let's look at the logic for this thing. So this will cause a change. That is correct. Let's split the window. Let's echo nothing into the log. Let's clear the screen and then let's tail the log for messages. And let's run this. All right, it did nothing because it didn't enable the logging. Features. I don't know if these features should be something that we make public or not. If we do, we're definitely going to rename them. Okay. So we got an insert index 0. We got another insert index 0. And finally an insert index 0. Okay. So far, so good. We do another insert. Let's reduce the number of messages we're dealing with. If it's over 3, then we start truncating. Okay. All right, I didn't even keep up with what happened there. Let's just clear this out. Okay, so we have an insert, and an insert. And then we're displaying the tree. So we got our root component, vertical stack, overflow. Here's a for loop with 3 iterators in them. And these are our 3 messages, right? Okay, so far so good. Okay, we do another insert. Yeah, these things are kind of in an awkward order, but that's fine. So we're going to remove 3 messages. So we end up with just 3 messages. Then we're going to add 3 more. So we should get 3 removes and then 3 inserts afterwards, right? There we go. So that's 1 remove, another remove, and another remove. And then an insert. Fine. That is not right. That key is wrong. No, it isn't. That's the key for the list. That key is right. Okay. We still have 3 iterators here in the tree. That is not right. And why is it showing text nodes there, but nothing here? And why is this? All right, that's a new generation. That's why. Yeah, that makes sense. No, this is the key for the list that we're iterating over. The issue here would be more about this. This looks very sus to me. Why are the text nodes showing up here but not here? So when we remove something, are we not removing them from... Okay, let's rerun this then and just look at that. All right. Yeah, there are 3 iterators, but it's not showing the text nodes here. That's odd. Why are we not seeing that? that is probably because we haven't gone through the layout at this point. We just generated the iters, but we're also not seeing those iterators being removed. Oh, we are. All right, I'm an idiot. Don't tell anyone. Oh my god, I'm stupid. Okay, so I will show you why I am stupid. We're gonna have an index here. Okay, and then we're going to use index here, and then there we go. That is gonna make more sense. Okay, so it was just me misreading the information. There wasn't a bug. It was just stupid. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that was insane. I did insane things, but there is a key that I am missing here. Okay. So when you iterate over a value, I like it when the issue is sort of a pilot error that can quickly be rectified, right? There is supposed to be a loop index where we can just say something like loop or whatever, and this should... Okay. That is also working. Right. If loop is equal to, or let's say loop modulus 2 is equal to 0, then show that. So we're only showing even ones. Okay, cool. Let's say that our text has a background of theme loop modulo 2. This is how you should do theming and the likes for this. It's this. I'm going to show you something which is kind of pointless, but yeah, of course it's going to complain now, but that doesn't matter, right? It could be tempting to say if the loop mod 2 is 0, then do this, else do that, right? And then we don't forget this one for a second, right? So here you set the background to something like blue and red, right? It might be tempting to do this, but then you're basically copying everything all the time. It is better to do it this way. And then we say the background is blue or red. And then we get rid of this. And what did I goof up now? Oh, right. Background. There we go. Right. That is how you should do theming and conditionals for this. It's a little bit frustrating, maybe, if you're coming from the world of web and JavaScript, because Anathema is not a scripting language. It's a layout language, very much like how, I don't know, I was going to say Qt, but I bet you can, in QML, I bet you can have like proper if statements in QML. Statements. Can you do this in here? You can have these ternary things. Okay, but the loop is there. So you get some advantages with a TUI. Once you have fixed size text, so text is kind of fixed. You have a lot higher threshold for correctness. If you're off by 1 pixel in a UI, you're not going to notice that. If you're off by 1 cell in a TUI, you're definitely going to notice that. Which is why things like borders and border sizes really matter, right? But I think this is fine now. So let's change you to black and you to white. And let's see. Yeah. Ain't that a beauty? Oh. I don't know what's left to do. So, because we can't really manipulate the tree itself, right? If we're going to talk about drag and drop here for a second, but I think that we are ready to merge this into dev now. I need to look at a few notes before I do that, but I think we're going to end up on dev unless I find some disastrous bug, which would be really nice. But that means that we can. That means that we can now bin this, run it again, and get the. We're gonna get different quotes. But yeah, we just loaded 1,000 messages from yesterday, so we should probably allow for the let's not have this feature on there, okay? Because that's gonna be super noisy. And let's make this work where we can call get log, waiting for the LSP to wake up, to have a size of how many messages we want to get. So we want to get the last 20 messages. Let's say we want to get the last 10 messages, right? Now I broke this thing. So we do count. There we go. So if I restart this now, no, this will crash. This should crash. Yeah, because we're trying to do something with a different API here. We're just going to restart everything here. There we go. And now if I run this, now we don't have any messages to get. But if I do this and then I run it again, we should get that. Now, in a bit, we can try that. So quotes are being run by the individual application, which means a random quote is a random quote. We don't store those in the bot, but maybe we should. Maybe the bot should do it. But what have we got left to do with Anathema? Oh yeah, so I wanted to figure out how we do a drag and drop, right? Why not save chat to a DB file? Okay. I will explain the architecture on Holy Diver. So how this works, we can use Excalidraw today. Excalidraw.com, because I need to put a few things on screen here, right? Okay. This here is BunnyBot. BunnyBot. Okay. BunnyBot stores everything, right? It has an aggregator. So we have chat. Whoops. We have chat. Let's make you a little bit larger because you're going to contain a lot of things. Put the chat in here. And we also have events. So you have chat and events. There we go, all right? Now, these aren't really just here. They are inside a separate project inside here called the aggregator. All right. So you have the aggregator here. So let's move these up, and then we put the aggregator here. this thing can go away, and we're just gonna, can we just double click up here? Now I wanted to add a label up here. Okay. All right. Bunnybot 9000. It has a chat and it has events, and they go into the aggregator, right? So it looks a bit like this. From here to here. From here to here. And then everything is stored on the aggregator. So we have the bot, the Bunnybot in the chat, right? So bot in chat. And then we have the Witchbox project. It's named so because of a typo. Witchbox, okay? Now both of these use the same information. So the aggregator will send information to whoever wants it, right? And they can also request information from the aggregator. They can do things like get log if they want to. There's no reason for the bot in the chat to get log. It's a one-way thing here. Just the bot's just gonna get messages, right? And it also replies to messages, I guess. So the bot kind of goes from here to here, right? So it replies to chat messages. So this chat goes to Twitch. Twitch IRC over WebSockets. And the events are just things like event sub over WebSockets. I guess it should be like this. And that one is a two-way street like that. Let's move it over there. So there is no reason for us to store anything on disk other than if I wanted to keep the chat for historical reasons, right? If we are gonna write what's in the aggregator to a database, we could do so. And we could place a database over here. Hang on, I got this. Whoops. There we go. Okay, it's not quite a database, but you know what we're going for here. There we go. All right, so we could write the stuff from the aggregator into a database and then retrieve messages from a database if we wanted to, but there wouldn't really be any value in that, right? Because events and messages are all ephemeral, right? There's no reason to keep a history around. So when I restart my computer and I do a new stream, there wouldn't be any value in pulling in yesterday's stream, right? The chat from yesterday's stream. So really, we only need to get n number of messages when we restart this project here, right? Which we can do now. That was like a 2-line code change, right? Leaderboard for contributors, that's already built into Twitch, and I'd rather use their stuff for it. The history is useful when I restart the process. True, restarting this thing is fine. Oh, hang on. Was it 10? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? Why is Galactic Dust's history message not here? Okay. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, right? That's 8 messages here. No, it's IRC over WebSockets, Pepper. So we're using the event sub. The event sub lets you get the messages, but if we do Twitch IRC over WebSockets, we can chat. The bot can reply. So when you do things like help, the bot can answer you, right? But it couldn't answer you if we do that over event sub, right? Unless I misunderstand what you mean, and then you have to link to something. You can reply through the Twitch API. You can't say Twitch API because this is using the Twitch. Twitch API is massive, right? So if we go to Twitch, well, you can say whatever you want, okay? If we go to Twitch API documentation here, and we look at event sub, and so where here would I see how we send chat messages, right? Emotes, events. There's nothing about chat here. Okay, so we have to copy that. Yeah, but this is what we're using. This is IRC over WebSockets. This has nothing to do with event sub. Event sub is a different thing. Before event sub, we had pub sub, which is now deprecated, which is this guy. Maybe, but I need to figure out why my 10 messages aren't getting the 10 last messages, and it's always including my test here. So I probably did something dumb when I did that. We'll get back to that one, right? Yeah, but then you're not using event sub for that. So event sub is something different, right? This event sub is replacing pub sub. So if you look at this thing, you can see that this is like, oh, it's going to be decommissioned and use event sub instead, right? Yeah, so you're specifically sending messages through web requests. I think it's easier to just do chat through one API and then events through another one, right? It doesn't really matter how you do it. The outcome's going to be the same. You're going to end up on IRC either way because that's what Twitch chat is built on. You can do it either way, but from where I'm sitting, there is no benefits, only disadvantages to disconnect the chat from IRC, right? So Twitch can do standard IRC messaging, and it can do IRC over WebSockets. And doing IRC over WebSockets is just as simple. There's no benefit of detaching that. There is one benefit, actually, and the benefit is that you only have one WebSocket connection. However, since I am using the bot not as myself, but as BunnyBot 9000, and events as myself, because I'm the channel owner, I have to do it through there, right? Actually, maybe not when the bot is mod. I don't know. But that's the only benefit, is that you end up with one connection instead of two. But since everything is happening in one place, everything is happening inside here, we can have as many connections as we want to here and pull as much information as we want through here as well, right? Yeah, if you... and I think that's a good idea, Pepper, because I personally like to mute bots in chat. So when you set up a bot, and the bot is doing things like timer messages, I like to just mute those. So if you do set it up, then set it up so I can ignore your bot, okay? I ignore Nightbot and things like that, right? I don't see those messages when I'm in the chat because I find them, tedious, right? I see the value of them. Having a bot that will be on a timer, that will exclaim something every 10 minutes, it's not a bad idea, right? It's like making YouTube videos and don't saying, please like and describe, all right? You're supposed to say that in your YouTube videos, right? Even if it's annoying, And everyone goes like, oh, you know what you could do to really help this channel out? Give me your firstborn, right? But it's annoying, and you're like, oh god, like I get it. You're a good YouTuber. I have sympathy for your cause, but I'm so tired of these things, right? I give you guys thumbs up, but I'm not gonna like and subscribe. No, but so I get it. I get the value of that. But as someone who consumes the content, or rather who's in the chat, it's nice for me to be able to ignore them. So I think the long and short of this, Pepper, please do set up a bot. So we can ignore it, right? Okay, so having a database is not going to really add any value to this other than we can restart the service. We can restart this guy and load the messages from the database. We should probably like timestamp the messages as well, right? Yeah, it really has, right? Because I used to feel something when people talk to me, but cynicism has kind of destroyed that a little bit. So when I'm watching a good YouTuber and they start saying things like, you know what would really help this channel out? Even if you are sincere, I don't read or hear any sincerity in your words. I just think blah, blah, blah when you say that, right? No, it was, is marketing ever not shady? I know, right? So there was a time when saying please like and prescribe would be boosted by the algorithm, right? But no one knows anymore. I don't say it. I don't think I'm ever going to say it. I only use it as the end of a joke, right? I don't know if I've ever said it in a video. I don't think I have, but no. But I get it. I don't mind that people do it. I just don't think it's particularly endearing, and I don't take it seriously when people say that. I was like, whatever, right? But I don't mind giving a video a like, right? Give a video a thumbs up. That's fine. Okay, let's see. So we have a backlog here. We're gonna go through the backlog. We're gonna reverse it, and we're gonna take count number of messages. Okay. Chat doesn't support emojis. No, it doesn't support. It's the terminal, right? So we can't draw in here. It's using, so to be very clear, it's a terminal and we're using Alacrity. So the only way we can draw emojis is if we use a custom font. Now, ModProg built a font project like that, but I don't use it. I don't put emojis in there. You can use certain emojis in there, right? So if I take my bunny over here and I dump that in the chat, you're going to see the bunny. But that's about it, right? No, the Unicode ones you'll see, because Unicode is supported. Very much so. In all its hideous glory. Even code points and grapheme clusters, which aren't supported by Alacrity, but we are dealing with those, right? Okay, let's see what happens if we pull the last 10 messages now. Right, we seem to be getting not the last 10, but the top 10. So let's do... Oh, maybe we're pushing... maybe we are pushing back. So when we call rev, we should do a take, count, and then rev. Like that. Now we don't have any message. If I would have had a database now, this would have made sense. Wait, why? Oh, I restarted the wrong project. I was like, why is that working? Oh, shit. Okay. Okay. Then let's see if these messages are appearing now. And they are appearing in the right order. Hello, V-Reds. How you doing? Let's try that again. Okay, so we have to wait until we have 10 messages before we can verify that. But I think it's right now. We have to have more than 10 messages. Okay, what have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that means that my test message should not appear now. It doesn't. Okay, we're good. Oh, we're good, we're good, we're good. I remember this quote as well. We should probably trim the quotes. I can see there's a space there. So let's trim the quote while we're at it. Let's go to the box over here and find our chat. And quote. So there we get the quote. Let's do quote dot trim to owned. And we do that too. Now we are fixing this over at the wrong place. I think it's the bun that offers the quotes, is it? Or is it BunnyBot that has, I think maybe BunnyBot has the quotes. Shit. Okay, we'll restart the bot. Okay. There should be like restarts and everything, but anyway, we solved some bugs and that makes me happy. That's a start. Let's go to the demo and let's see what it would be like to build a drag and drop interface, okay? Now that's quite a challenge. And what happens when you do things in the terminal with layouts? So it has nothing to do with the terminal. When you do things with layouts, because there's an abundance of web developers out there. There's nothing wrong being a web developer, okay? But there's an abundance of web developers out there. And that means that probably the majority of people messing around with UI stuff, at least from a toy perspective, just like tinkering with it, is probably coming from a background in web dev, right? So as a web developer, you might expect things to work in a certain way. So one way you would possibly do something like drag and drop is that you would take your element, you would detach it from the tree or position it absolute, you move it around where the mouse is, and then you reattach it as a child of another parent, right? You have now moved an element from one thing to another. You are physically moving an element. Now, that doesn't quite work when you're not allowed to manipulate the tree directly, right? But the tree is manipulated through the reactions of maybe how would that work in React? How would drag and drop work? Okay, do we have any React developers in the chat? Contain, no repeat. Because in React, you would... Oh, it says action. Oh, we should maybe do actions. Italic. Oh, that's a good point, me. And why is it written as action like that? Why is it in the message? So that could have been italic. But it doesn't matter. Okay, how can we do drag and drop? We can... how would you do drag and drop in React? Because in React, you don't have direct control over the DOM, right? You have various components, and if you iterate over a loop and output components and the likes, you're kind of adding these to the tree. That's all the diffing and the hoopla. No one cares about that part, but you wouldn't necessarily reach into the DOM, detach the child, and then reattach it somewhere else, would you? Maybe you would. I mean, I haven't looked at it. No, that makes sense. I think most people would, because drag and drop isn't the most fun thing to implement. But thinking about Temporis's request yesterday to build this kind of selection tool, I'm just wondering if maybe we can implement drag and drop where you can make whatever you want draggable and droppable. So we end up with two lists. The classic example would be two lists, right? So let's say that we have a horizontal stack. We're going to have a spacer here. We're going to have a V stack, text, one, and then we have another spacer here. We have another V stack. We change all the ones to, okay, that's not what I wanted to do. That's what I want to do. And then we have another spacer here, right? So this should divide the screen into 5 regions, and in the 2 regions we should have these 2 lists. Like this. Let's put borders around these so we can actually see them. Right. Okay, they're not particularly good. Let's say the width is 20 around these 2. Yeah, that'll do. Right, so if we wanted to be able to drag an item from here to here, we need a way to represent the item. Now, we can't do the thing that you can do in JavaScript, no? We can't do the thing where you can look at the dimension of an element and then fake that, right? There's some create element type functions in React to wire raw DOM elements as React own elements. I think it's called render string or something like that. We did that for adding React pins to an Apple Maps integration. Gotcha. But I do think the problem domain is similar, right? Use on drag over and on drop. Now, those two aren't the biggest problem. The biggest problem here is how we can separate these, right? Let's put a contain. Let's just do this, right? For I in... we have a bunch of ones here, and then we have a container, and then we have a, actually we can change that to an H stack to complicate things a little bit more. Background, we do that one again. And then we just have to say that the theme is a list where the first one is this and the second one is this. We have a background that is red. Actually, we're going to change that to black and white. Okay, like that. We could also add a foreground. Foreground to white and foreground to black. There, right? So we can set the background to this, and then we can set the foreground to this as well. Like so. Now we do the same thing for this guy. We change the ones into twos. Apparently didn't want to do that. And then this text here is I and I. Apparently I goofed up somehow. What did I bungle here? Oh, that's what I did. I forgot the border. I forgot the border. I got a border disorder. There we go. So the idea is to drag from one to the other. Now we can obviously make an invisible element follow the cursor, and the moment you do like a mouse and you start dragging, we can show that. But we can't copy the layout of the element though. Yeah. What else do we have? We could do that. I just want to be able to replicate that where we drag something. Maybe we could. Okay, let's see if we can fake that part, right? So we wrap everything in a set stack so we can have a floating element down here. So this will be a container that's going to have a width that would be state.drag width, and a height that will be state.drag height. So we have to be able to get those values in there. It should probably have, I mean, we can do this as multiple lines. You can have multiple lines for attributes. Background. CTG foreground 4. There we go. So we have that, and then we're going to have text where we're going to have state.drag text, right? Now this thing needs to be positioned, so position, and it's going to have a top that will be state.y, and a left that will be state.x. So we now position this somewhere. You know, Perlman, I asked the same question. I was like, who cares or wants to do anything with the mouse in the terminal? And it turned out that almost everyone who tried this project from the start wanted to do something with the mouse. There was like everyone who did something. I was like, oh, how do you get the mouse to this? How do you get the mouse to that? I'm like, really? Okay, then, right? So apparently a lot of people want to do things with the mouse. And I guess this thing could be replaced with another for loop. So for I or for j in 1 and 2. And then get rid of u. It's going to place that and a spacer, that and a spacer. All right. ¿Por qué no? Not yet implemented in the builder? What did I add? Runtime builder. $198. Oh, it's a template error. Okay, so I've made a oh, for I. There we go. That explains it. Okay, and then we're going to use J here. Okay. Yeah, there is a lot of there was a lot of people who wanted to have like mouse support in there. I get it. I don't want to do it this way, by the way. I get it, but yeah, I mean, why not? Okay, if we can do this, then we can sort of replicate that. These lists have to be dynamic, so let's have a let's go into our states and let's add. This is called messages now. Okay. Items left and right. So let's add things to left and right. So we have to import default for mensajes. Mensajes, no. Sí. No lo sé. Okay, so that's going to be messages will be value. Actually, we can just default. Default. Map. X, Y. But left should be a list from range 0 to 10 or 4 into. And right will be from 10 to 14. These are U size now. And we can't have that twice. From iter, you boob. Right. And then in our index, we say for I in state.left. And then for I in state.right. There we go. So we need to add the drag thing here as well, don't we? So I can see how this is doable, but I want it to be doable in a better way. So let's have another struct here called drag, because it's a drag. That's a state, and in our index, we made a bunch of things. Okay, so drag width. Okay, let's just do width value U32 and height and foreground. That's a color, and background is also a color, and we're gonna have the X and the Y here. That broke the default, but that's okay. We'll drag to mute. There we go. It doesn't have drag yet, so we're about to add that. We can stop the program at this point, right? So messages, which is again a terrible name for this thing. Let's just rename this to index state. There we go. And then drag would be a value of drag. Is that correct? Yes. Let's add default to you. And then drag will be drag default. Actually, it would be default. But then, yes, that's fine. Correct. Okay. So if we are to do something here, this will be very mechanical. I'm not sure I can get this to work the way it should work. To be all right, we'll check. The first thing we have to do is we have to get the element at that position, right? So what is underneath here? We'll say children.elements dot at position at pos. Get the first. Actually, we can't get the first one. No, by tag. All right, because we can filter and what is it that we're filtering on here? We want to get every H stack, right? And then we'll get the first one. All right, so this will get the element at this position with this tag, and we get the first one, right? So we do have a query-like syntax for this. Welcome to jQuery in the terminal. Not quite. Now we need to get the value of this one, maybe. Update menu position. Is this refactor insane? Try borrow mute. Menu already borrowed. And then menu option. Cloned. And then well, for a unique application, drag and drop will be fine to be coded specific for the application. But when you try to make a generic drag and drop, that's when things gets a bit hairy. Okay. So I don't know what update menu position. I don't know what self menu is. It's a ref cell, I imagine. Then you get the menu option. And you clone the menu option. And then you take that. Right, I need to copy this code into an editor because this is too much to read. Let's do a new. Set the file type to rasp. And fix that. Okay. Okay. So first of all, do you need all these error messages? If we can get rid of the error messages, we could just replace this with question marks, right? Yeah, why do that when you could do whatever, right? And then I don't know, right? You just map your error. So get rid of this and just use question mark to this. Okay? Let me refactor this into a separate one here so I can keep track of both of these. So I will show you what this looks like if you make use of this error. So menu options is equal to, probably have to be mutable because we get something. So we can do that. Why do we have a menu and then we do as mute on what is the menu option? What is this type? So we already got rid of this. And then you're calling that the menu. So we get rid of that. And then we do self.context.try borrow mute. Now we have the context and the menu. An option wrapper over menu. So now we have the context. Now we're here. And then we do context.collision. Object. No, that's the one you're cloning. Not, and cone is not a thing. I don't know why you're getting the menu here when you clone. Oh, because you want to return that. So we should be here now. Do we need the, okay, viewport? Why do we have to clone the collider then? I don't know. And then you want camera to be viewport.get camera 3D. And then you want to do menu, wait, yeah. So menu position is camera, unprojected position, collider. Okay, dot get position. So we can get rid of this. So we need a camera and the collider. Yeah, okay. So then we're here. So we're done. Then we just do... No. We don't need to close. Just get position then, right? So we skip this, and that just becomes collider pause. And then we do menu dot set position, menu position, menu dot request redraw. Like that is what I would have... Not request, queue redraw, sorry. That is what I would have done, right? But that means that you have to do your like mappings elsewhere. You're not gonna get these error messages. You're gonna get menu errors instead. Because these are ref cells, you get like borrowed errors, right? But I think that's probably only an issue if you're looking for a lot of debug information. I feel like you've gone into a good place for having a lot of errors, right? So you know exactly which one of these things failed, but you keep propagating the objects into the next one, to the next one, to the next one, right? And I don't think I would do that. I think I would do this instead and just accept that I'm gonna get worse error messages, right? But that depends on you being able to put the respective error message into this error, right? Again, you lose the verbosity of the error messages, right? Is that not the point of and then? Well, and then doesn't really have a point other than you do something with an option that could potentially return an option. Like the only point of and then is to be able to... it's an alternative to map where you get another option, so you don't have to map an option to another option, right? And then and map are pretty much serving almost the same purpose, right? There's only a very brief difference between these. Semantically, they might be different though, but it's just here because this thing returns an option. If this thing didn't return an option, this would have been a map, right? So you're mapping a value to another, but none of these is actually using map correctly. The use of map here should have been a for each or an each or something else, right? Because you are... the point of map is to map from one value to another, but like a mathematical function. But that is not really what is happening here. Instead, map is being used as a way to finally invoke a function on the final result. The difference between map and then is just that this thing has to return an option, right? If whatever this body returned wasn't an option, it would have been a straight up map, right? and then but either way, it's kind of down to what it is that you want to do. But I would say that I'm reading this as a stream of consciousness programming session, right? It really kind of went into story mode, and then we got the camera, and then this happened, and then this happened, and then this happened, and you might have done this already, but I would say, is there a way that you can get rid of half of these things, right? Can you get rid of a lot of these things? Right? Do you really need all of this? So, for instance, what do we need from the collider? All right. Let's look at where the collider is being used. Well, actually, we got rid of that one. So that should have been the collider. That means that we do need the collider. Otherwise, we can't call that. The benefit here, I will give you points for being very specific with your error messages, right? But given that you probably use these for debugging more than anything, you might as well just have the same error, but just a step count in there. So like error 1, error 2, error 3, right? From 3D to 2D, I guess, so I know where to place the menu's position. Yeah, it's more about how you get there, right? I wonder if there's a better way of getting there. So, what is it that you want to open a menu, or you want to show a menu where something is, right? You want to translate an object in 3D space to 2D space to 2D coordinates to be able to get the menu position there, right? So I wonder if you couldn't just raycast to that position. All right, let's do this. Find 3D position in 2D space from object. I feel like this should be doable in a lot fewer moves. So unproject position is what you're doing though, right? You're doing camera unproject position and you're passing in the collider. Actually, that's a vector 3. So where is the object that we're placing the menu on? So context collision object. Hello, Skylar. Okay. So, all right, if I open up Godot now, and I don't know if I have anything. Sandwich. Okay, I don't even know if this product exists. All right, here's a sandwich. I guess that's why it's called sandwich. Maybe we need a new project. How do you operate this thing? New project. Quit to project list. Whoops. I can't be bothered. Godot, come on, man. But there has to be a way to do this, right? Where you can effectively do this, right? You should not have to go through all of the steps that you have there, right? So the camera, do you have but one camera, right? If you only have one camera, then you're doing a lot to get the camera. So let's say that we can get the camera through some means, right? Yeah, just the one camera. There are ways that you should be able to query the scene. I'm guessing using GDX. I only remember GD native, but you want to query the scene to get the camera. If we walk backwards from there, so we can do camera to the collider position. So how do we get the collider position? We need the collider. We need this. So we should be able to do this to get that one. And then the menu. You already have the menu up there. And then the menu set position and Q draw. So we should be able to get rid of the context you need. I'm going to need the context for that. The collision, the collider position. So we should be able to get rid of the viewport and the camera there. It's still a lot, but it feels a little bit less. So this is the one I would solve first. How do I get the camera? Let's see if there's like GD GD extension. Let's see inside examples, right? These guys have been really good at having examples for, at least for GD native. It's a book. Damn. Hmm. Yeah, this is where I was bumbling around. Okay. Let's have a look in here. The way we should be able to query. Oh, we still have that. Okay. Man, the terminal is having having issues with the mouse being. Come on, Alacrity. This is not an issue. This is not an issue with my code. This is an issue with Alacrity. Yeah, if you want to keep the errors, then that was a better way of doing it. Absolutely. I would just make the errors some kind of step number or whatever, right? Unless you're making a public library, you don't have to go ham with all these errors. But yeah, this is better than what I did. I mean, you get minus point for your indentation, but we can't all be perfect like me. That's fair enough. No, I would go with what Tempora shared. I think that's a good. I just want to see how they translate the $sign, because I think that you can. G string. I think that used to be called GD string, but someone was being cute about the whole thing, weren't they? There should be like a resource query in here somewhere. Blah. Okay. Okay. Here, this I think you can use. Get node as, and then you pass in the next. That would be camera, right? Well, it was very functional programming. There wasn't anything that inherently. So there's nothing functionally wrong with what you did. It's just very verbose, and you can be less verbose if you want. But I think you can have even less verbosity by using this API to just get the camera, right? Yes, and the camera exists in the scene tree. Otherwise, it doesn't exist, right? If you fire up the old go.ru, doesn't matter if it's 2D project or 3D project, you're always gonna have to have a camera, right? So here's our camera. There would just be base dot and then whatevs, and then you get that, right? Kini the Zucchini, how you doing? So I think you can reduce your code even more. But again, I haven't done any of this stuff for forever. It looks like they've done so much work on this. I think this is really cool. I mean, you could just add a shortcut function as well to your code to get camera, right? So you end up with something like get camera, and that shouldn't fail because you definitely gotta have a camera, right? The context collision object, I'm not entirely sure, but I would guess that we can just do this then. And then that. Something like that. I don't know. Oh yeah, there was so much assume safe everywhere, wasn't there? What was I doing? Oh yeah, drag and drop. Arrgh. All right, is it gonna be tea time soon? How long have we been on for? 2 hours. That seems about right for a tea break, doesn't it? Yeah, absolutely. You never knew, right? It was just whatever, right? That's what I say. All right, is it time for a 2-minute tea break then? Do we have to push some changes before we do? Because Temporis is using some of this, so let's do that. Yes, that's the fix. Now, a normal functioning human being would have called this a bug fix, but Temporis, I have pushed a change. This fixes a bugs that has to do with popping and pushing from lists. I don't know if you're gonna see that or not, but there you go. You have a premise for a long-term game. You are doing a very smart thing, though. Oh, we have to add. Didn't I? Hang on, Temporis. One second. I need the bot. That is small bun commands. No, skill issue. Small bot? Small. What are you called? Simple bun. There we go. All right. So what did we say here? Can you post a link to it? Because I don't have that. The other bot has gone on a holiday, Temporis. Oh, you missed. Oh my god. How can we ever forgive this transgression? Wow, you don't have a better URL for this, Temporis? Definitely not going to get hired by my marketing department. Infiniboard, get it here while it's hot. There we go. Let's see if we get... All right, yeah, we only get the last 10 messages. So maybe... what What is this thing doing anyway? Oh, I'm in the wrong project. I'm in the wrong project. That's why it doesn't make sense. Oh, we can get the last 30 messages. Whoop. This is not I love that. All right, let's try it now. What? Didn't... Oh, I have to restart the bot. Silly sausage. There we go. There we go. Okay. So, I'm going to put the kettle on. 2 hours streaming. We should be good. And volleyball? Why would you think I'd be interested in that? Oh, I see. Okay. Let's go and put the kettle on and clean the cup. It's pretty lukewarm. All right. Well, while you're warming up, I'll be back in a minute. Hi, Spider. There's a spider in the corner. And he looks kind of happy. I don't know, right? Okay. Did I set it to 3 minutes? I did. Look how grey my hair is getting. I'm gonna have a midlife crisis. Can't have a sad spider. You can. If you put him in the vacuum cleaner, he's not gonna be super chuffed about it. But should we have some kind of AFK thing here? How would that work? No, let's not add more things. We're gonna do the drag and drop thing, but I'm waiting for the tea first. Building a to-do list would be super simple, but not really what I want to do. Instead, we'll have drag and drop and see if we can make that do something exciting. Quite a lot would be involved, maybe. Can we query an object for its size? If we can do that, then we could potentially, if we can have the same constraint, then we could copy the stuff into what is draggable. Right? But that's not going to work if we use the children attribute thing there. All right. Then the T. All right. Yum. So at least the scented candle is overpowering the sewage smell. So that's something. Spotify. Maybe you can play some music. Let's make sure this is not being played onto YouTube's. I get cancelled. You heard Sweden? Okay. I don't think so. Also, you wrote Sweden with a lowercase s. That's weird. Country names, uppercase, okay? Spotify. Yeah. I'm good, Marvel. How you doing? That's right. That would be up. Well, capitalized, but capital ID, old chap. Okay. Well then. What are we gonna do now? We're having a bit of a tea break, but I think we're ready to release this. I need to update the documentation and the let's make sure that the examples are working. I'm gonna release this project Marvel if I don't find any bugs. Cargo run example basic. This one shouldn't be an issue. Nope, that's fine. Button. Okay, so buttons is broken. What about an M8? Alright, that one works as well. Okay, then it's just the buttons that don't work. Let's have a look at that one. You did too, Doddy. Oh shit, Doddy's here. We gotta check the glyph rain. Okay, we have too many parameters. I don't know if I've updated this project to the latest one, so it might not build now. It did not. Okay, we have to figure out why that one is not running, but we're doing one thing at a time. Let's see where the error is. 85. On mouse. Oh yeah, there's no hit. Wait, why do we have a mouse event there? Oh yeah, I wanted to add mouse click for the buttons, didn't I? Yeah. This is working fine. I think I wanted to add mouse events for the thing. So let's see how much work that would be. Okay, so the app state should not accept focus, but it does seem to get focus either way. So let's make this thing break if you do this. Okay, it doesn't get runtime. All right, let's solve that one today. Let's do that today, right? So tab index next, tab index none, tab index new. Tab index next. When we're doing init tree. Okay, let's panic here. Make sure this is happening. All right, let's get out of here. Okay, yeah, so that works. So we're calling next here. We're going to find a component, get the values. Next index is going to be going forward. The origin is probably none. So for every path container in values, okay, that's the widget containers. If it's a component, then we deal with it. Otherwise, we skip it. All right. Okay. Okay, so if any accepts focus, this one will go through this, which asks self accept focus, which is true by default, but we're setting it to false. Can we log the component name? Let's print out component.ident. Is that a thing? Name. There is that one. Okay. We might not see this because it's just going to run it. But what we can do here, we can disable the old screen and do a clear here. This is a new thing I've added today. You can clear if you want to. Runtime 292. Wait, what? Runtime mod. What? What? Okay. Huh, so that didn't happen. So this thing did what? Find component accepting focus. Wow, that's long, but we gotta be a little bit clear here. Okay, so we never got here. Let's put a breakpoint on this maybe. Okay, let's do that in the demo. No, because we don't have the setup there. Right, then let's not worry about it. Okay, so this only happened when I press tab. Why did this not happen either way, right? That should happen either way. This is happening. Okay. I did not, because Danaka refused to get up at 5 in the morning to play video games like some kind of loser. So what can I do? I texted him 6 in the morning his time. Do you want to play Division? And he replied, I want to go back to bed. Okay. I don't understand this. Okay, let's do this. Do we just get a 0? Yeah, why is it breaking? Is there only one value in there? That doesn't make any sense. Wrong project. And now there's 14 values in there. Why is there only one value in there? This is deeply unsettling and troubling and confusing. I don't like it. Why is there only one value until we press tab? Oh, I think I know why. Because we haven't actually performed a layout yet. So when do we call init tree? Yeah, we have to call tick. Do we even have a frame here? We don't. Can we do this? Because we haven't ticked the first frame. Alright, this looks stupid though. That's why this doesn't work. That might do it. So here we have to tick this. Okay, so when do we call the tab index monarchy? Yeah, that change thing doesn't do anything. I think this might be what we need. Yes. Although it doesn't set focus on that one. So that's okay. It shouldn't start off by calling set focus. Or should it? Ah, that's why. Okay. What's the lifetime of this change thing? What do we do with this change thing anyway? Okay, so we need to call this. There we go. Right. Now it is behaving the way it should. Okay, so I think this is the right thing to do. Now we just need to add mouse support. Okay, shall we see what's wrong here before we proceed? We don't get to see what's wrong here. It's just gonna flicker. Wow, okay. This one is familiar. I think this is the bug that I thought I fixed today. I doubt that this is the issue, but we'll try. Mainly because I fixed this bug today, and I don't want to have to fix it again, but apparently I do. 62. It's this one here. I fixed this today. Why is it broken? Ah, right. Because I only fixed pop, not remove. Okay, that's good. Then we know it's an easy fix. Maybe. Oh yes, it is an easy fix. That should be the fix. Nope. Fiddlesticks. What do you mean you have to take the car in today? And why is there a dead body in your bed? I was actually hanging out with Acton on my Discord the other day. It was me and Acton chatting. The only person who joined us was Skylar, and Araga joined us for like 2 seconds because he clicked the wrong channel name. I gotta do something with Christoph, and yeah, I don't know. I'm just gonna get the energy back, right? What's unknown should be unknown. Should it though? Maybe I should just come by your place and bring a camera and a microphone and we could just record one, right? Do you have good acoustics there? What do you reckon? Yes? All right. We'll see. It might take a while to get there, though. Really? You can? I mean, that sounds fun. What does that look like? There is no chill time for me, Dottie. I will move on to, or I will do more on the game engine. So I've come to a conclusion that I am terrible. I'm just going to leave that there. I want to make a... We're not going to talk about video, but I want to make a video. But for some reason, I always get like this weird paralysis of the brain when I try. And I think the reason I can't make videos is because I find it really difficult to work alone. I really wish I had someone in my life who were as interested and as stupid as I am, who wanted to mess around with this stuff, right? And talk about these things. And I do have a friend like that. Sadly, doesn't live in the same country as me. So that becomes a little bit problematic. But I realized that when I'm chatting with him, I get a lot of things done. I get a lot of ideas out and everything. But a few days passes and I'm sort of stuck on something and then I just can't move on. Anyway, Volvo has built a center here in Gothenburg for startups where there is a recording studio you can borrow. Really? You live in Gothenburg? Oh man, I definitely got the wrong address for you then. I'm kidding. I don't know where you live. That's cool. I could be as stupid as you, perhaps. Yes, but you also live in another country than I do, Caleb. You live very far. You live where the spiders roam. But yes, there's I'd love to be like hanging out with someone who likes to go to the gym and look at their own reflection in the mirror and go like, yeah. But no, I just want someone within walking distance that wants to do these silly things, right? Live in paid actor land. You moved from Varberg 2 years ago. The wife thought moving together would be good. Is it good? It's lovely. Is she in the room with you right now? She's not your wife yet, though, is she? Just video chat, we go to the gym and put your phone on a dummy. Yeah, I'd love that. So sometimes I want to record my exercise in the gym so I can check my form, but the influencer space has kind of ruined that. So I get so self-conscious that if someone sees me record, the dialogue or the monologue in my head is like, they're gonna look at me working out, recording myself, think that I think I'm some kind of fitness person, and then be like, why is that guy a fitness influencer? It looks like he eats a lot of chips. So that's why I can't even record. Like, if there's only me in the gym, then I will, right? But if I need to do something, but that's not always the case, right? Future wife, there you go. Ooh, what's this? Song of the Damned. Okay, right. I just thought this was familiar. Why is this thing breaking, though? A chipfluencer, yeah. I just sit in the gym or take up space and eat chips, man. I don't think that's quite how it works, Pepper, but I applaud your sentiment there. Why not? Why is this failing? Wait, why are we doing that? Hang on, this doesn't look right. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna do a git reset hard on this. See, this is where it's gonna go wrong now. Don't keep a git reset. Git reset hard in history, right? We don't need a release. Okay, let's fix it. I'm not even reading the error messages. All in the name of Temporis here. Why can't we push to a list? We can... Yeah, that should call push back. Ah, that's why. See, there you know you found someone for life, right? When you're still doing that, pretending that you are not human around each other, that's not long lasting. Whoops. There you go, man. That's a winner right there. I am serious. Okay. There you go. The sooner you can install Arch. Unreachable code. Damn you. Why? Map color index. Okay, let's do this. Where are we? There we go. What? Huh. Why is that? Then all you have to do, Skylar, is just make her feel small to hide your own insecurities, right? See, what you do is you make her feel bad, and you're the only one who can make her feel good. So you start this cycle, right? And then you make sure that you let her know all the time how much smarter you are than her, right? Don't let her feel good about anything, right? Because then she'll just walk all over you. You'd be surprised how many petty people there are out there who actually do that. Okay, I don't see the issue here. I don't know why this is breaking. The relationship with the Rust compiler sounds abusive and unhealthy. You don't say. That was sarcasm, by the way, right? If you didn't get that, Skylar. I was being very sarcastic. You should never treat a person like that. Why is the load value? This is an issue with the template. Urgh. Wait, what did I just do? What's this? Nothing. I doubt that's the issue now. If you did 15 pull-ups with good form, man, that's good work. It's okay to treat an AI like that. It's okay to treat an AI like that in the same way that it's okay to treat your mouse like that or your sandwiches like that, right? I don't get this. This is an instruction to load a value. Inside a template. In here. Oh, right. Oh, man. This is anathema, Marvel. Although it doesn't seem to be working now for some reason. Let's have a look at all these things, right? Okay, so the issue here was that it was not. Oh my god, everything's gonna be using the wrong name. Oh, of course. Okay, we have to go through this. We'll start from the top. Okay, where does glyphs come from? Probably this is a, what is this? This is a glyph column. We start with the canvas. Canvas. Okay, glyph column. And this is a glyph column. Then we have to pass in X here, right? Glyphs. Is that X? So we need to get attributes glyphs in here. That is going to be state.columns. And what about rain? That just has the canvas. And the canvas has columns. Glyphs is X. That's attribute glyphs. And then the glyph itself. That's going to be attributes.character. Still not doing anything. Oh, can I explain it in simple terms? Yes, I can. I can. Give me 1 second to fix this and I'll show you the beauty of this. So the color should be attributes. Color. So I don't know what I've goofed up here. We are getting ticks, right? There is no AI in there, Marvel. Priven is being a sausage. Pay no heed to Priven. Okay. So that's not it. All right, so let's start with the rain. The rain has a canvas. Okay, do we have a canvas here? Canvas state and a canvas. Okay. Get rid of that, and then that's just canvas now. That creates a state here, which we make a list of. So far, so good. Okay, so that's rain. Rain pulls in the canvas. The canvas is where? All right, that's canvas ammo, and we create that one here. Okay, so canvas says for X in, that's a horizontal stack. Okay, so let's just put text high here. Yeah, we do get a lot of, okay, so glyph columns. Glyphs is the name of the attribute. So let's look at the columns then, right? Nothing. What is X here? That can't be right. So this is getting columns from the state. All right, columns. And columns is a list. So we should be able to say for I in X. But we don't. Okay, here's the issue. Columns seem to be empty. So canvas state new passes in an iterator. We do columns. No, that is an individual column. And what is inside the column? It's just a U size? Is that right, Dottie? That the column is just a list of numbers? Huh. I don't think that's right. Yeah, that's just numbers 0 to 4, right? I did a git reset, so it should be the same as yours, right? Well, you know what? I haven't done a pull for a while. Apparently. I'm on the main branch as well. So that just becomes an index. Okay, so if we look at the canvas, that's an index in that case. Okay, if we look at the glyph column, oh, you know what? I made that up. Don't worry about it. I'm an idiot. I made this up, okay? I thought that this thing was using the attributes, but it's going to use state glyphs. Yeah, that's better. That's better. I mean, it's still broken, but it is better. So this is the column. This is the column state, which has glyphs in there. That's right. Yep, this makes sense. Okay, so it's breaking for the same reasons as before, which is something to do with remove, right? See, that one is fine. But the moment we do the remove, it breaks. Yeah, it doesn't matter how we order this. Let's just do... Okay, cool. And that's because of the insert, right? No. Okay, if we take everything else away, then it's fine. Let's add things in and see where things breaks. Because we do this, randomly change character. Does this do anything with an index? Or is this this alone is enough for it to break? Because we're calling... Oh, I think I see you, you little shit. It's you, isn't it? Ugh. Okay, yes. Thank God for this project. We'll deal with you later. Oh, good grief. What are you? A vector queue? Okay. There it was. Okay, so that's another bug fix coming our way. Where we call self to mute. Let's see if there's any other of these in here. To ref is fine. Yeah, no, we're good. That was it. This project has been around for a long time, and it has saved me so much grief. There we go. It's lagging a little bit. That's okay, because we have a very large widget tree that we're manipulating here. That is, basically what is happening is we're causing reactive value changes to everything on the screen. I think it was like 6,000 whatever in there. It's okay. Let's change the FPS though. Wrong thing. Can't do that in debug mode in the terminal there. Yeah, it's not going to be a big difference. But at least it's working. Okay, so that's another fix done that we need to get in here. Let's find the each thing here. Can we shrink a dinky this thingy a little bitty? No, we cannot. Is Russ gonna gripe on me if I do that? Yes, it is. No, it was the loop that was causing an issue. So the loop would mark everything. The loop will mark everything as changed, right? Which is terribly inefficient to do, but this project isn't about efficiency. I wonder what the cost of this thing is. Actually, this one probably won't be too expensive to run. It's what happens because you run this that would be the expensive part. I don't know if this is gonna be the thing that, yeah, this is not what's expensive here. The cost is elsewhere. I do use Puffin for profiling. Hello, you save. We chase down like most bugs, right? That's all right, Marvel. I didn't really get into it. I will do so now. How would you describe Anathema in a sort of a I think the remove is what's causing this to be slow, by the way. No, it isn't. Anyway, I'm not gonna chase it down. It's okay. Oh yeah, I was implementing drag and drop, right? Okay, let's do this. Let's make something with Anathema. Let's make a to-do list because everyone loves to-do lists, right? Okay, so let's say you want to make a to-do list in the terminal, the most useful project ever, right? Let's not do that. Let's go through this one bit by bit, right? So here's your average hello world Rust, what you call it, right? Now, what we're gonna do is we're gonna get the prelude and component in for Anathema because that's what we need, right? We're creating a document and a backend. So a document and a backend and a runtime allows us to do the UI layout, the drawing, and everything like that, right? So that's kind of really what we have, right? It's called document, even though it's not really a document, but it kind of it's a metaphor that works if you're coming from a world of web dev, maybe, right? Maybe that's how a lot of people think, right? So the name document kind of made sense here. We're setting up a backend to be a terminal backend. There is no reason why we couldn't have other backends, like an actual GUI backend and things like that, right? This is just like setting things up, right? We enable an alternate screen. We enable raw mode so we can draw on the terminal. You can draw without raw mode, but we're hiding the cursor and then we're finishing and unwrapping this thing. We're finalizing the backend, which will clear the screen and a bunch of other things, right? And then we set up a runtime. We give it a document and a backend. And here's where the actual useful stuff happens, right? So we have a template called index.aml. If we make a new directory called templates here, and we make a new index.aml. So AML is Anathema markup language, right? So we can just put the text in here. Text, this is my to-do, and say that. And if I run this now, this will just print out this is my to-do. But what we can do with this thing is we can now wrap things in borders, maybe. Say this, it is hot reloading. So when you make a change, it will appear on screen. Foreground be red. And there's some red text. And then here we could do foreground magenta, if you will, right? So you can sort of see how all this stuff works. But that is just how we can draw things. So we can do all the layouts, right? We can stack things horizontally. We can stack things vertically, right? And that is probably what we want to do if we want to make a to-do list, right? We want to stack things vertically, right? So let's start by adding a little bit of state and component to all this so we can actually do something useful with it, right? So we're going to have a component. We're just going to call it C because I'm lazy. Now, that will be our component. A component will deal with things like events. So elements in Anathema doesn't actually have events. It's only components that you control and you decide over, right? That has events. It doesn't work the way a web browser works with the DOM, where every element has a whole bunch of different events and you have to stop propagation to do that, right? This is a little bit simpler. Let's have another struct that's called to-dos. This is going to be our state. So we're going to derive state from here. And we're going to have our to-dos in here. There'll be a value of a list of item, right? Now, the way this differs from certain other things, it is reactive. That's why we wrap these things in values. So when you make a change to a value, that will propagate into the template, right? So let's say that we're going to have a struct called item here. It's going to be either done, which is a value wrapping a bool, or, oh yeah, and we need a label as well, right? Which can wrap a string. Like so. Hello, Tanya, how you doing? Debug and states. So everything that has to affect state in the template has to be deriving state as well, right? Okay, so that's it. Let's set our title here as well. Title is a value of a string. Okay, just so we can see this now. So let's implement todos or todos, si tú quieres. All right, so title will be a string new into. So we're just going to call into, but we might as well do value new string new, right? I can write out the whole thing for your benefit, right? And todos is going to be a value new, and then we're going to have a list empty, right? Okay, so we set this up. Now we're going to create a component here. So we're going to say component, which is the C, which is the name of our component, C. And then we have todos, new. And now we have done all we need, right? Okay, we have to say that C implements component first, right? Whoops. Like so. And the state is to-dos. There we go. All right, so not a lot seemed to have happened there, but what we actually did is we mapped a bunch of values into the template, right? All of these values are now mapped into the template. So if we start responding to events, okay, we can have the onKey event. All right, let's put that in there. So when you press a key, we're going to get a character. Let some character equals key.getChar. Else, whoops. If we don't get a character, meaning you press like character return or whatever, right? We're just going to return. We don't care. And then here we're going to take a state, which is to-dos that has a title. So state.title push C. No, that's not going to work. We have to make it mutable. Then we can push it. The act of making a value mutable marks the value as changed, and we now know what part of the template we need to redraw, right? Okay, so when I press a bunch of characters, I'm changing the title, right? But you can't see anything because we don't actually do anything with the title. So let's say we put a text here that has state.title. Snap, there's your title. All right. Again, hot reloading, can do whatever you want. Right? Make a web browser. I think I'd rather not. I think I'd rather absolutely 100% not do that. No, the conversation on enums is still ongoing, so we haven't decided what to do there, right? And of course, you can center things if you want, either using spaces. There we go. We center that thing. We could center something if we want. Center div, right? It'll be fun. Let me know when you're done. There's a lot you can do with this stuff, of course. So I showed you how to put a regular border around that. You can change the border style. We can say we can have a thick border. That gives us a thick border. You can also custom have a custom border, right? And you just define a character for every portion of the border. Start in the top left corner, then you get the middle, then you get the top right corner, then you get the right, then you get the bottom right corner, then you get the bottom, and then you get the bottom left corner, and then you get the left corner, right? So that gives us a border that looks like that. Now, if you want to go nuts, you can look at ASCII border characters, and you can get a whole slew of different characters that you can choose from that you can just use here, right? So if you want this to be our bottom left corner, then we're going to see top left, top right, right, bottom left. There we go, right? Whoops. Whoops. There you are, right? So now we have like a semi-normal looking character there, right? Or you could use the wording thick or thin for the border. But thin is the default, right? What else can we do? Well, we can do padding, right? give it no padding and nothing will happen. You can either set padding on an individual part of it, left, right, padding, or you can just give it a padding, an all-around padding, like that. And then we can say the top padding is actually 0. So it respects that as well. We can choose not to have the border sides if we want to. We can just have border sides, and that could be left and top. All right. Did I goof up now? Border sides. Is this not the right way of doing it? I restarted. Border sides. Is it border sides? Border sides. You know what? I have to look at the. I have to look at the documentation, right? I don't remember the name for it. So there is documentation. It is still in process being written, but a lot of the stuff is there. Sides. Okay, it's just sides. It's not border sides. There we go. So this gives us the left side and the right side if we do this. Now, if I get rid of these things and I just have the top, then of course we just get a border at the top. But if I have the top and the left, we also get the corner, right? Then we get the little corner there as well. Right, so we get some kind of awkwardness there, but let's put a V-stack in here. So we can stack these things on top of each other instead. Like that. And if we add padding here to the left for you, and we add it to the right here for you. Actually, we should add left 2 for that one. There we go, right? Now we get some kind of awkward thing drawn here. We should probably add right 2 here as well, so it extends this thing, right? You can do so much with this stuff, right? Adding rounded borders. Don't we have rounded borders in the random quotes? No. Oh, Perry. If you want to add rounded corners, you can do so. We just look at box drawing characters. There are rounded corners here somewhere. There's one, right? I'm not going to bother implementing it, but you just give it the box drawing characters for that. Yeah, I'm not going to bother implementing it, right? But yeah, you can do a lot of this stuff. And this is working with the state, right? So whenever I change the state, you can have as many of these as you want, right? Let's put that there, right? So whenever I use this state, it will just keep updating there, right? We have, of course, word wrapping. So if we get rid of all this stuff and we just put text that has state.title, where I can keep typing, it's fine. If I put a container around here that has a width of 10 and I start typing, then all of a sudden we get word wrapping, and this is word wrapping that considers entires words spellingly well, right? So you get like proper word wrapping if you want. I think you can change wrap to break, and if you do that, then it would just break on the words as well, right? It's going all right, Woodchest. How you doing? You can do Z-stack and make a border with 2 borders. You can do a lot of terrible things as well, obviously. But the goal here was that we're going to make a silly to-do list. So let's do a to-do. We need to deal with things. So let's say that when we press let's match on key.getCar instead, right? And if we have, let's have a selected character as well, right? So we're gonna have an index here, which is an option, use size. That's what we're gonna have there, right? It is on GitHub, absolutely. You're actually seeing it running here, and since it's hot reloadable, if I go into this project and I open up the chat, the message ammo, I can add more padding, bam, right? I can modify this while it's running because again, it's hot reloadable. And okay, so pressing a character, if we have some and it's a plus sign, then we're gonna qualify this as, can you just get the tick, please? We need an input field. That's what we have to make. Now I remember what we have to make. Do I accept bullying in my chat? I'm sorry, Priven. Does this make you feel a little bit better now, Priven? We need to build an input for this, and I think that's what we're gonna do. Test? Okay. What was I doing? Yeah, so an input. We need an input field. Again, this is only... AML is just for layout. It just draws. It doesn't do anything, right? It doesn't do any logic. You can use for loops and if statements. You can even declare variables, but they are immutable, right? Everything that should affect what you display happens in Rust, all right? Okay, so let's build an input component, right? Now, components are supposed to be reusable if you want them to. So let's add a component here that will be a potentially reusable component, okay? If we add a component, that means that only one of them can exist. But if we add a prototype, we're really describing how something is created. So then here we need to pass it a closure, input new, and then there will be input state new. Since these are going to be functions, we can just pass function pointers. We don't have to pass the actual closures. So let's make a new input rs file here. Let's add a mod for this, mod input. And pubstruct input and input state, was it? Right, so the input state obviously have to track what it is that we're writing, and it has to do things like delete characters and everything like that, right? So let's have our text here be a value of a string, because obviously it has to own the thing, right? And then we're going to implement component for the input, where the state is input state. We have to have a new function here that's going to have text start off as an empty string. And we're going to import input as well. That looks about the same. Now we can get this from here and here. And there we go. So now we've declared and created the input component. It is now reusable, but it doesn't do anything. So let's deal with actual key presses for this thing. Now we're not going to build a complex input. We're just going to build one. So we're going to match on the key. This is going to be pretty busy to do. Why can't you fill the match arms for the key event? Oh, key code. Right, so there's quite a lot going on here. We care about tab and back tab. No, we don't. They're gonna be eaten by everything else. We care about backspace and enter. Left, right. We could care about up and down if we were actually doing something like a multi-line text editor, but we're not gonna do that now. We don't care about that. We do care about delete. We don't care about insert for now. Don't care about function keys. Don't care about caps lock, num lock, print screen, pause menu. There's a lot of things we don't care about here. So we're just going to ignore these characters. Yeah, we just eat them up. Okay. So here we can do something. So what happens when you enter a character? Well, wherever the cursor is in the input state, that's where we have to insert a character, right? We're not ignoring delete. Oh, I missed delete, maybe. So whenever we place the character, wherever we insert the character, it has to be where the cursor is. So our input state needs to track the cursor, right? Thank you, Marvel. That's very kind of you to say. Method 1. So let's see. Do we need to store the position on the state or not? I don't know if we do, right? Let's have a private function called insert character. So we can just do that here. So this will be state dot insert character, and that's the character. Right, so we can deal with all of this thing here. So if we don't do anything specific, we just do self.text.push. See, we have to make it mutable, right? To mute, otherwise nothing's gonna get notified. So now we kind of replicated what we had before with the title, except we're doing this as its individual component. If we want to see this in action, we can just go to our index here, and then we can just say input here. We haven't given this a template yet. So let's make a new template for the input. And let's just say text, and that's going to be state.text. I think that's the right thing, right? There we go, right? So now I'm typing into the input. But we want to be able to delete. So let's make that a thing. Remove character. So when you press backspace, you want to, well, state.remove character. Delete should remove the character under the cursor. Backspace should remove the previous character. So backspace should really be move cursor in a direction. And let's have an enum for direction here. So remove character should replace this guy, but backspace should first call state dot move cursor direction left. Now, this is an obvious issue if we're looking at LTR text, but oh yeah, that shouldn't be a C there. There we go, right? The brain wasn't capable. Did you go to? Are you waking up now? It's now when you're rolling out of bed, mate. $8 a.m. Yeah, I sent you a message around 6. So we need to know where the cursor is, and I wonder if we should let the input here handle the cursor position, right? Because it doesn't have to be part of the state. Now we could add the cursor position here, cursor position as a use size, but then we have to tell the state to ignore the cursor position. If I try to build this, it's going to yell at me. So we can do anathema ignore. And now it's fine. Cursor position is 0. Okay. So to remove character, we do self.text to mute. And I don't, yeah, we're just going to call remove self.cursor position. And then here, we're going to match on the direction. And if it's left, then self.cursor position minus equals 1. But if the cursor position is already at 0, we can't really move it to the left anymore. So we have to use saturating sub, right? So we say that is equal to self.cursor position.saturating sub by 1. And if it's here, then self.cursor position plus equals 1. So the plus is not an issue, but the subtraction is, right? Hello, Zulf. I am just doing a demonstration of UI library that I've been working on for a while. So when it comes to calling backspace, we can say if the state.cursor position is larger than 0, then we do this. Otherwise, we don't accept the backspace. Because you can't really go backspace from here, right? Going backspace from here on a singular, like, there's no backspace there. Delete, yes. Backspace, no, yes. Right should only go as far as the text length. That's a good point. So let's do that. So here we can say if self.cursor position is larger than 0, then we can do minus equals 1. If the cursor, actually we're going to do this in here because it's going to be longer. Yes. Let's just do this into a no-op. If the cursor position is less than self.text to reference dot cars dot count. There we go. This is a little bit long to kind of throw it in here, so we're not going to bother. So now we can't move the cursor further to the right. That means that with our move left and right, we just do state.move cursor, direction left, and direction right. So now we have that one. I only try winter coding. Home should move the cursor to a specific location. So we can have a distance here. But if we do that, then we have to check that. Okay, so why don't we... Okay, why don't we do that? We add a distance. Say if it's larger than... like that. Yeah, but then we have to add functions for that, Skylar. So we just make a uniform move cursor. So we can move the cursor that distance. So for a home, we can now do self.move cursor direction left, and then it would be the length of the always gonna have to do that. Like that. Twitch removed Kappa? Really? No, these are relative. So it's gonna be minus self.cursor. Yeah. Okay, we can have a move absolute then. Then we don't need a direction. Yeah, so then we just need to update the cursor position. So we don't actually need functions for these. Then we can get rid of distance here. Then we don't need that. Like that. Then for home and end, we just call state on home and end. All right, so we're gonna do something on enter where we transmit this to something. So now, because things have changed, we are transmitting the state. That means that when you press enter, we have to get hold of the state. So we could make the text public. Yeah, this changes things a little bit because we're no longer transmitting specific data because someone wanted the entire state, Skylar. Okay, so we are going to... We have to emit something on enter. So here we're going to do context.publish. And what is it that we are publishing? We are publishing... We should publish changes as well. On enter. Will suffice here. We should also publish an on change here. So we make these into constants then, right? Let's have... I don't know why I'm putting this much effort into something like this, but apparently I am. All right, so this one's gonna be self on change. I can't blame you. Oh man, I blame you all the way to Sunday, okay? So all of these has to publish an on change now, except this one. That one is on enter. Moving the cursor does not cause a change, but backspace does, and this does. You guys are capping all the way to Sunday. Hey, Caleb can cap, but what's going on here? Okay. This sounds a bit like 07. Not what I want to listen to now. But anyway, right? How to make a 2 for something on like NeoVim from scratch. The problem with things like NeoVim, and this is one thing where Anathema sucks, doing things like splitting layouts on the fly, that's not really something that it's suitable for. But the difficulty in building something like NeoVim is not going to be... The problem with that is not going to be the layout. The problem is going to be designing it in such a way. So if we're talking about a modal text editor, if we skip things like plugin support and complex motions and stuff, then it's not an issue, right? Then you're just moving a cursor around and that's easy to do. But if you want to split buffers and stuff, then the difficulty of Vim and NeoVim lies within its complexity, not the surface of just moving a cursor around. That part would be relatively simple. What are you guys talking about? Anyway, then now we have to update this though, right? So inserting a character, we're not gonna push, but rather we're gonna insert at an index, and that's gonna be self.cursor position. Okay, so now we're inserting in the wrong place, right? If we do +1 here, that would be a mistake. Yeah. If the cursor position is equal to the length of this, then we're gonna push, otherwise we're gonna insert. I'm typing backwards. Is that because I'm not moving the cursor after? So we do an insert car and then we do state dot move cursor. That didn't work. Should the insert happen there? Hello world, this is right. Okay. You guys are so weird sometimes. Anyway. There's something off here. We're not drawing a cursor yet, so we should probably draw a cursor as well. If we make if this is a single line input, then we could just make this into a value. And then here, I think this is not necessarily right. Flashing the cursor would be trivial to do. Okay, so now we have a cursor, we just can't see it. So let's bring the cursor in. So how does that look? No, it doesn't look like that. Maybe it looks like this. That's our cursor now. There it is, right? How easy was that to implement? Let's set the background to black so we can see it. Now, foreground. There we go, right? Typing, moving the cursor. Okay, can I insert here then? Yeah, I can. Backspace works. Delete works. Okay, that was kind of easy then, right? So we have an input. There's probably some bugs with this, but this is kind of a throwaway thing. Just to show you that we can do this. So let's go into our index ammo and let's use our input, but we can be a little bit more decorative in how we use this thing. So we're going to put a border, a horizontal stack, and then we're going to prefix this thing with that. Well, that's kind of bad. We need the input to contain some padding in that case. No, it can contain a container with a min width of 1. So there we go, right? It still does that. In that case, let's say padding, right? That's better. Okay, there it broke. Because we tried to delete something that doesn't exist, that's why. Oh no, we just draw a container around the character. So all we do is just change the style effectively. So it's very simplistic. This container doesn't have a character. If I put a character here, like this, now all of a sudden you won't see the character. You see the X instead. Okay, let's go to our input and let's look at our remove character. If it's tab.text.toRef len is no. So there we go. That should prevent us from no. Good grief. Serve.text.toRef cars count. There we go, right? So we need to make sure that we are not there we go, right? So if the position is larger than or equal to cars, then return. If cars is 0, then return. There we go, right? So now we're preventing this thing from happening if there's no character underneath the cursor. Very simple to implement. It is what it is, though. Okay, we are 10 minutes out from our next tea break. Okay, so we made an input. So why don't we tie the input, the enter press of the input to our component, right? So in our index, we can now say that the on enter points to new item, right? Or something like that, right? I don't actually have a new item in there. So if we go to our main component here and we get to the receiving part of this, if the ident is equal to, what do we call this thing? So we now have to match this new item, right? That means that the state that we have is an input state, right? So let input equals value to input state. I think that's the right code. So that gives us an input state. Do we have something like to mute? No. Can we not get mutable access? I'm not super chuffed about this change now. No, we don't get mutable value. Okay, so we're not allowed to get mutable value. That means that we are not allowed to mutate the state. I don't know if that's good or not. I think maybe we should be allowed to mutate the state. So let's go and make this thing mutable. To make this mutable, we have to go in here and then we have to go to receive. Make this mutable and then follow the errors. Okay, this is asking for a shared state from what? Is this a value? Yeah. We want a unique state instead. How do we get a unique state? To mute. What do you return? A unique? What do we have? Shared state. Shared state is, as the name implies, shared, but we want a unique one. That's now a box dyn any state. And what is it that we're looking for? A mute dyn any state. And this is a unique. Can we not dereference a unique? We can deref mute, right? Yeah. Oh, but it has to know the type. But it's in any state, so that shouldn't be an issue. I am not reading the error message. Temporis, where are you? All right, that's why we can't. We can make it work. I just wonder if we should allow it to take mutable access to it. It's because we need access to both states at the same time. I don't think this one has like a with mute. It does. Okay, then. This shouldn't be a breaking change for anyone. No, no more soil work, thank you. Three minutes till tea. No, we don't do this change. We are not going to do this change. Yeah, you're supposed to remind me to, you know, read the error messages, Temporis. I feel like you're kind of letting us all down here with this. I'm joshing, mate. Okay, so we're not going to do that. Instead, what we're going to do is on the input, we will transfer the value here, right? We have a public field called input that is a string, and we are doing a ignore on that one. Whoops, why did I quit? Nobody knows. So when we press enter, we transfer the value into this input. These are not public, so you can't do anything with them anyway, right? Too right. Too right. Have you got Division 2 yet, Temporis? Have you started playing that? See if we can get a bunch of people together who are willing to get up at 4 in the morning to play Division. No. Okay, so when we press enter, we're going to transfer the text from one to the other, right? So here's enter. Instead of just publishing the context here, we say that state.input is equal to state.text to mute.take. So this will drain that, right? Okay. Yeah, but are you willing to get up at 4 in the morning? That is the real question, right? And also, I don't know anything. What do you want from me? Division 2 is an old person shooter. As long as it's not an old person shooter, because then that would change the game a little bit. So every time you press enter, we drain that. But we only care about this if the state text is empty. And then we're going to say not. Okay. So pressing enter does nothing. Now it does. Although I realized that we have to reset the cursor. So why don't we do this then? State dot take text. Stupid errors. Yes. So now type, enter, type, enter, type, move cursor, enter. Yeah. I told you, Prevent, to offer me send me an offer letter, but you never did. Not only am I amazing at everything I do, but you know, I also add value to your terrible company by being handsome. All right. Could you just send me an offer letter? Okay, so we have our input working now. Then we are getting the input here. The value, no, input dot input. Okay, that's kind of weird. Would have been nice if we were able to take that, right? There is that. Temporis, there is that. But not now. We just call it BS for short. Oh, beauty. Okay, so now we can get the text out of there. Now we can get the text out of there. We don't need this or this anymore, right? So we can, to try this out, we can do state.title.set text. Okay, so now, well, I don't think we have the text in there. So let's put a VStack here and then just put the text here with a state.title. So typing, hitting enter, there you go, right? Man, easy. Now I think this could look a little bit better. So let's put a spacer here. So it looks like a full, whatchamacallit, right? Now, of course, everyone knows that inputs goes at the bottom of everything. So we're just going to expand you. And now it's at the bottom. This is now at the bottom. My title brings all the goats in on the farm. Damn right, it's a sausage. Right. Right, super nice. Okay. Inexperienced dev work bottom up and experienced work top down, meaning that the bottom is the bottom is the details and top is the higher problem. I mean, we actually started today's stream with a problem-solving monarchy. We're gonna add to-dos instead. So let's have how should we propagate this? Right, so we can add 2 events for blur and focus here, so we can deal with the foreground here. So when we select the input, we want to be able to change this, so we can highlight this as selected. So let's go to our inputs, and on blur and focus, we're going to emit events, right? Where are we? We just put them here. Easy stuff, right? Hello, Scott. Nice one. I think it has for everyone though, so. But this so far is working really well. Okay, so if we receive a input selected here, and deselected. So now we can trigger the foreground here, right? So we have state dot selected color value color, right? Okay, so now we reset the color when we blur it. Whoops. So we set that now into here. And then here, we set it to red. Okay. Selected, deselected, selected, deselected, right? Easy. So now we know what's happening there, right? Oh, it's tea time as well. Aren't you guys as excited as I am for the tea? The tea's coming our way. Should we make some lunch maybe? Wouldn't have to stop the stream. I don't think so. What? You need starvation. Now, starvation makes me not able to deal with things, but it doesn't take long to bang out some food. Rather than ending the stream, we could just fry a couple of eggs and we'll be fine. I was supposed to log 2 teas here. Hang on, I forgot about that. You download Division while you do that. I don't know if anyone's gonna play Division though, right? We seem to struggle here a bit. Some video ninja. I don't know how that works, Bonin. Could play Noita co-op with Temporis. I don't know if Temporis has Noita or even cares for it. You know how it works. I don't know how anything works. What do you want from me? You have high expectations, I see. So we kind of need an AFK for this. And we should write a better AFK though. That's what I gotta say. Should we build an AFK timer into the chat? That could work. But we build it in the same way that the quotes work. So if you start a timer, and then as the chat goes on, the timer just goes further and further up, so no one can see the timer eventually. That's probably not a good idea. Why don't I have chat input? I just built the input field, didn't exist. Then you can do slash commands. Oh yeah, we totally could make it static. I can just go here, and then we go to our index. Prepare for confusion. Okay. This can break everything. Okay, there you go. Static, floaty. Where the messages jump past it. Yeah, I mean, I literally just did, right? We can do however we want, right? We could do this too. All right. We can do a lot of things. Okay. Oh, we don't have to worry about the Twitch API. We're only caring about this part here. Forget the Twitch chat. That's just the data. This is something else. We could make a command line tool to interact with this thing, right? But before we do all of these things, let's just go and make some lunch. This will okay, I will be back. I'm going to leave the stream running. This won't take me like 5-10 minutes to make lunch. This will be super quick. So hang on to your sockets. All right. You guys can go and watch my stupid YouTube channel in the meantime. Yeah. Go and watch my dumbass videos. And you can come up with great new video ideas that I'm never going to make. All right. I'll be back in a few minutes. All right. We have the most delicious thing you can have for lunch: unflavored protein shake with high protein milk. This is effectively gruel. Mm. And eggs and hot sauce. Right, but you don't need to see me stuff my face, so I am going to stream a picture in there instead. We'll put this little guy there, the darkest bunny. All right, there we go. While we're eating, we don't need this anymore. We don't need this anymore. Okay, let's see what you guys have been up to. Hello, Catpest. How you doing, buddy? Okay, let's straight up unflavored. It tastes like I don't know. I wish I could say it tastes like nothing, but that would be a lie. Yeah, that's roughly what I get as well. So high protein. I don't know what the fat content is, but yeah, it's pretty. That's why I register my teas. It's only because of the milk. Ah, that sucks, cat peasant. It is pretty miserable. Um, but normally I add my own flavor, either teaspoon of chocolate powder, chocolate orange. It's like a powdered terrace chocolate orange, right? Or berries or peanut butter and honey or even flavored yogurts, right? But I don't have any of that now. I'm too old to get swole. I don't work that hard. Yeah, the chocolate orange powder is really good. A teaspoon is about 6 grams, maybe, and it changes the whole thing, right? It goes from unflavored to drinkable. Well, you don't have to work out to get skinny, Dota. You just have to be in a deficit, right? And it doesn't have to be a punishment either. Yeah, and add weight, you're in a surplus, you want to lose, you're in a deficit. Obviously, that's a lot easier to say than to do. I'm not sitting here saying, you want to lose weight, follow these 10 simple steps, right? It's one step, but it's hard. And the older you get, the harder it gets. What was your suggestion being used? Could do that. It's not a bad idea, maybe. A keto diet, if you look at the numbers for a keto diet, you'll find yourself easily getting into a deficit because you are the carbs are really easy to eat. It's easy to eat a lot of carbs, bread, crisps, whatever, right? It's easy to stuff your face, especially with like hyper palatable foods, right? But when you a keto diet, which is a low carb, high fat diet, means that you are changing your carbs for fat. So you end up eating things like lettuce and cream, right? Not really, that's a joke, obviously. But I'm not a dietitian, by the way. But you change it, and you're gonna find that you eat a lot less fat. So the basic still stands, right? Surplus versus deficit. I think on 1200 calories, I would die very quickly or kill someone because it would be so miserable. Yeah, so if you want to change yourself, you have to make it part of your lifestyle. You can't just go a month on a diet. But rather it's a change. And if you fail, if you feel like you're slipping, don't look at that as a failure and give up, because again, it's like a lifestyle change more than anything, right? Yeah. Eating a diet of mostly lettuce and stuff is not going to do you any favors. You need protein, fat, and carbohydrates in your life, right? Keto diets and these things, they're not supposed to be a diet you have for life, right? It's something you do for a bit. As you should, cat peasant. I welcome this secondary lurk source. Wow, what a miserable lunch this is. Almost done. Whew. All right, Bunny, you're off. Yeah, it's about adapting a lifestyle after that, right? But when you get to be my age and older, then the extreme diets are pretty unpleasant, if not just bad for you, right? You need a diet that is like slight tweaks from where you are. So if you're eating 3,000 calories a day, go down to 2,800, stay there for a bit, go down to 2,600, stay there for a bit, and keep going down, and then maybe go up a little bit if you find that it's working, right? It's just a balancing act. This is so absolutely miserable to drink, but I don't mind, right? I can eat and drink the miserable stuff because it's better than being hungry, right? That's my logic. Yep. In the beginning is water weight that you lose, but the moment, which is why when you start to lose weight, it goes very quickly, and that's the water weight going most of the times, right? And then you kind of pute this out a little bit. You just have to stay with it, right? I have a friend who's done the keto or the low carb thing. He loses so much weight. It's kind of insane to see the transformation, and he's done it twice. And once you've lost weight, it's easier to lose weight again. If you put it back on again, it's easy to put it to lose it again, right? Oh, Oh my god. At least we have some tea for dessert. Let's see where I'm at with mine. Okay, so I have pretty decent numbers today. I gotta eat 102 grams of protein, and we're having chicken tonight, so that's good. 135 grams of carbs and 56 grams of fat. This is a non-issue. I have a total caloric intake of 2,720 calories. That's what I eat to stay where I am. Hello, C3. How are you? All right, let's do a little bit of non-food nerdery and just standard nerdery. Okay. That was chat. We're not doing that. We're doing this thing now. Okay, so we have a... Yeah, we're gonna be able to do. That's it, right? Yeah, once you lost the weight, it's easier to lose it again if you get it back. But it's absolutely about what works, right? There isn't a magical diet like intermittent fasting or any of these stupid things. I say stupid things because diet tend to become stupid conversely, right? In conversation, they become stupid. But you do whatever works for you. In the end, it's about calories in and calories out, right? Sounds like sleep is on the menu for you, C3. Ozempic. Oh my god. I mean, like, some people can benefit and need it, right? So that's another one, right? You might have, you might physically be unable to lose weight easily, right? I don't know, thyroid glands, whatever it is that's causing you to not be able to shave weight. You might be on like 1,700 calories a day if you're a guy, right? You're 1,700 calories a day. That should be a deficit, a total absolute deficit. And it would make me miserable if I was on a normal, regular carb and fat balanced diet on 1,700 calories, right? That would be insane. But you're there and you still don't lose weight, right? Maybe then Ozempic, maybe, right? I don't know. I don't know what the side effects are. And obviously not giving medical advice here, but 30 by 35 stones. Yeah, I'm 76.4 kilos now. I'm about 6 foot tall. So I need to, my goal is to add another 10 kilo over time though, right? Oh, I kind of found and smushed the bug, C3. So now we're just building a to-do list in the terminal, right? Should we change our stream title? To do demo app in the terminal. There we go. Spectacular in the terminal. Well, it depends on how you tall as well, right? But it doesn't matter, right? None of this matters. Most important thing is that you're happy and love yourself, preferably not in public, and you'll be fine, right? That's like the most important thing. Everything else is secondary. Right? It's the bug chase. Okay, so we are. So we set this up. We can get that. We can do this thing. Okay, so now we have to make the actual to-dos, right? So let's say that we are adding a to-do when you press enter. All right, so let to-do equals to-do. To-do for me, for you, to-do. And what does our to-do have? There's an item, right? And label will be text into. There we go. We don't need no stinking labels. No, we don't need that. So we just say to-do list. There we go. All right. Okay. Set focus. This is a new item. Bosh. This is another item. Bosh. But we don't see any items, so let's list the items. So let's have a vertical stack in here. And then we say 4 item in, and then what are they called? To-dos. Okay. Right, I never added the item. That's why this isn't doing anything. Yeah, no self-loving in public. I don't know, Scott, but you have to look at it over something. Have I lost weight recently? No, I've been stuck, right? I'm trying to gain weight, right? But I'm not trying to gain programmer weight. I'm trying to gain flex weight so I can look good in the Speedo in the supermarket. If anyone's looking for a new thing to try, a new hobby, and you haven't tried it, I'd recommend like indoor climbing. It's really fun. I mean, you might not like it, but if you haven't tried it, I still recommend it. It's really fun. Either bouldering, which you can do alone, or to belay, which you can do alone, or climbing with someone who knows how to not kill you. Oh yeah, you're beating me there, Scott. Okay, so then we have to do state dot to-dos dot push item. Add more items. Okay, here is another item. Right, but we don't see the items here, so let's make that a thing, right? Okay. And let's make this into an H stack. And here we want to say if the item dot is done, then we're gonna show here. I guess we could just do this. And we should probably add some padding here. Right? The stereotypes I've fallen into on Holy Diver is music, photography, motorbiking. I haven't heard about like climbing, and I gotta say it's indoor climbing. I wouldn't survive on a rock face to save my life, right? But I've met so many programmers that are into music or photography. Maybe not so much photography these days, but music and motorbiking though, right? With vodka, pull-ups with vodka. No, if you, I'm purposely not clicking the link though, Bonin, right? But if you're saying that you can't work out because you don't have time or something like that, right? You're kind of lying to yourself. Let's be honest now, right? You're choosing not to, right? Just like how I'm choosing not to take out the rubbish right now, or I'm choosing not to do what I should be doing with my life and I'm doing this instead, right? It's all choices. And but there's nothing wrong with making that choice, right? Why do you have to work up because some other nerd does, right? You might not, and you probably shouldn't care. But I don't have time is rarely a good excuse, right? I mean, we can't sit here on Twitch and be like, yeah, we don't have time to do a lot of things in life. Bitch, you got time if you're here, okay? I'm just saying. Hello, Michael Piema. How you doing? I know, Bonin. I don't click the links. Very busy. Right in my terminal to do app. All right. Okay. So we want to focus on on this thing though, right? So once we got focus on here, we want to say let's do the colors here, right? Or the theme. It's not a theme. It's a theme. Okay, so what should we do with it? Oh yeah, we don't have bool to int. I would love for that to work, right? Do I know Swift? No, it sounds like something you use to wipe the floor or like dust something, right? Oh, that's a Swiffer maybe. Then there's the switch. I know that. Yeah, the wife wants one of those walking pads. I don't. I think it's a waste of money for us to get that because it would just be sitting somewhere, not being used because we go for walks every day, not because we're lazy. But we go for at least almost one walk a day, right? Some days we go for like 2-3 walks, especially on the weekends. Some days we don't go for walks at all. That's all days. No, but yeah. Anyway, let's do background. Background. Foreground. Can we do that? We need to get the... We need to... Okay, we're going to break this now. I need to get this working. So it's going to be theme. Right? So that breaks. We want to be able to treat this as a number between 0 and 1. Or... Yeah, maybe we should. No, I get you. I can't do it either, right? Switch comes out. Yeah, I was excited about it until I saw their price announcement, right? I don't think Nintendo is like greedy, right? If you want to see greedy, then you can look at people, but all companies are greedy. They exist to make profit, right? All non-profit companies exist to make profit. That's the reason they exist. So calling them greedy is superfluous. But there are really greedy people out there. But their business practices are quite gross. I think the way they price the consoles, you could literally just wipe Nintendo off the map if Sony and Microsoft actually had useful game titles. They could have just wiped Nintendo off the map by undercutting them for 6 months or whatever until the console fall into oblivion, right? Not the game. But Sony and Microsoft has no reason to exist in the console market anymore, right? There are no unique titles there. It's just complete nonsense. So the only console that has unique titles worth buying is the Switch, right? But they have now priced themselves something stupid, so I don't want to buy them, their stuff anymore. All right, not yet implementing, resolving an int, the value is a bool false. So let's do that. So let's go to value resolver now. First, we're going to make sure that this thing actually has tests. It doesn't. Oh yeah, it's this product. My goodness. We should clear out all these warnings as well, right? It could be powerful, Roberto. I mean, no one's going to deny that. I mean, Apple's stupid headset was probably quite powerful as well. But that doesn't mean that people want to spend $3,500 on it, right? That's an insane price tag. Hello, Zeta. How you doing? Yeah, it's not the console that's the issue. It's the almost. There are two issues with the Switch from where I'm sitting, which is here in this chair. It's the console, the game price, and the controller price, right? And the Joy-Cons aren't good, okay? Anyone who says the Joy-Cons are good is probably insane, right? They are shitty, plasticky, prone to drift, rubbish controllers, right? I have PS4 controllers that still have good battery and are good use today, right? When did the PS4 come out? Was it before I was even born? Probably not, but still. The insane pricing of Nintendo. Almost $100 for a game. Almost $1,000 for the Joy-Cons. That's just ludicrous. Absolutely insane, right? I don't understand who your target audience is, right? Who buys that? You basically exclude every single working class family for Christmas with that, right? But the problem with Microsoft and Sony is that their consoles have nothing unique to give you. What game do you have on PlayStation 5 or Xbox, whatever series bananas they have now, that you don't have on PC, right? What game is there out there that's worth buying either of these consoles for, right? Apple should buy Nintendo. Well, I think they've already figured out the pricing scheme together, so why not? Should I try to get this test running, maybe? I was working on this at some point. We'll come back to that. Let's fix this bug instead. Expression 418. Okay, now we need to make them selectable, right? They still exist. There's an audience. Oh yeah, I just think that the reason for them to exist isn't good, right? I mean, handguns exist and there's an audience, but do we want them to exist, right? Have they improved our lives significantly? We're not having that conversation anyway. Xbox's Game Pass, which gives you all previous one and a list of modern games. Yeah, but you can have Steam and have bought a bunch of previous games that you can play. I don't know. Nah, I don't buy it. Steam is better, probably. People who have IRL friends. Well, that's people who have IRL friends who want to play together. And now I fall into that category. Not the friend part, maybe, but I play it with my kid. I play it with my wife, right? I like to game with these animals, but the console is still too expensive. What? I missed your message, Bonin. I got a Steam Deck without ever having owned a console before. It's a gem. Yeah, I bet it is. Yeah, Valve has done lots for gaming on Linux, absolutely. $100 ThinkPad on eBay. ThinkPad is meaningless today. ThinkPad was good when it was worth upgrading them, but it's not worth upgrading them these days, right? Yes, you did. Okay, I missed that. Oh, I see. Your input device is a bike. I think gamification like that is also a bit silly. I tried Wii Fit. I've tried the Ring Fit. Is that what it's called on Switch? All these things. And if you actually go to a gym or you go for a run or whatever, and you make this part of your life, you realize that these things aren't really gonna do it for you. Right? You selling an idea to someone. If you're really serious about it, you're not gonna hinge your fitness on a game console, right? We love the idea. It just seems like a good idea on paper, but it's up there with educational games, right? I didn't say it was Wii Fit. I don't know why you said that it was Wii Fit. It's still gamification. That's what I'm talking about. It's a gamification. Go to your room. All right, so we are going to make the keys. We can use J and K, right? So let's match on key.getCar. That is not the right symbol. And then any other or none. We don't care. Actually, we do. We want space as well. I haven't hit the space. Right, so here we are going to change the selected value. U size. Now this should be an option. Like that. Greg Doucette. Oh my god, that guy's a lunatic. I have never seen anyone as enthusiastic about other people like Greg Doucette.
He's not natty. You go buy my testosterone, buy my cookbook.
I don't do a good Greg Doucette. He's intense. That's for sure. I'm working on it. Peace day. I do need to work on that, Bonnie. You're not wrong. Hello, Velux. But we're so close to releasing this, so I think we release this before we do that. To ref, obviously. I don't know what you mean. This is also hinging on us actually having an item in there. Isn't that a value list? Should we not be able to ask for is empty on that one? I do think so. So let's add that. That's almost how you spell self, isn't it? Oh, this is a bit weird, isn't it? Hmm. It looks good until you look at the license, Diver. Then license is kind of okay. It's free for non-commercial use, but it's still not a traditional license. No, we're gonna match on self.selected index to. No, I don't want to do that. Fish memory, yeah. I don't think so, Roberto. But I do need to make some educational videos, right? This is NeoVim. This is a Rust and AML combo, language-wise. Don't know what we're gonna do here. I mean, it shouldn't be so complicated to do here. Actually, we just need this one. Yeah, that's a problem, isn't it? I don't know if this is gonna be okay. Wait, why are you griping? That's why. Could have read the error message, couldn't I? Oh, you not, are you? Yeah, there we go. Yep, thought so. Oh, no, we can't do that either. Oh, shit on it. Suck it. No, I think it's good that people don't come up with their own license, because when you're working on a commercial product and you choose license, your manager can say to you, okay, you can only use MIT and the MIT license. You can't use GPL, and you can't use BSD, right? You can use Apache and MIT. I'm just making this up, right? Now you have like your two licenses that you can use. You don't have to worry about it. But if you're gonna sit there and go like, I don't know what this license is, send that to the solicitors or the lawyers. Oh, what's this license? What's this license, right? Nah. Have standard licenses. That makes your life so much easier. People should definitely have a chance to make money off the work. the reason Slint's license is awkward is because it is different, and that means that people might not pick it. And you might pick a license. I mean, this is a non-issue, right? You might pick a license for free for personal use, and now you want to make it commercial, but you have like no business, like you have no investment or anything like that, then you can't use it. You're not entitled to using it. That's not what I'm saying, right? I'm saying that this could be, it's not a, well, you can't do this if you don't have money. It's just a fact, right? But the fact is still there. It is already a management nightmare, but yeah, you cannot have the issue is that it's not easy to choose though, right? Doesn't QT have a similar model? I don't know, I don't use it. Not because of the licensing issues or anything like that, right? No, and I support that, Temporus. I am so fed up with companies like Amazon just using an insane amount of open source software, and I don't know how much they're giving back. It just seems like such a right? Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, license conversations are pretty boring. Let's not worry about it, shall we? Should we let it cycle when you go around, maybe? But companies exist to be greedy vampires, right? It's in the nature, right? We can't be angry with lions for eating baby goats, right? It's in the nature of the lion. A company exists to make money. It's in the nature of the company. It's not necessarily part of the utopian world that a lot of us wish we could see, but it is the world that we live in, so we kind of have to deal with it. It would be great if everything was available to everyone at all times, right? That's not the world we made, though. This needs to be a plus. Let's take that out. We'll make it wrap. So, there we go. All right. So if we are going down and we hit the max one, then you become 0. We can just hang on to the length here. That's a non-issue. Yeah, I mean, I don't expect companies to get involved with open source products left, right, and center. If you're using something that some random dude made, and I have some kind of particular thing for contributions, like everyone who contributes have to be named Bobby and only have 2 left hands, right? It's just a nightmare for them to deal with that shit. It is more interesting than walking, you're not wrong. Can we do this? Yeah, we can. Okay. Okay, maybe this is it then. No, it didn't quite work. Okay, so I've made a logic flaw in here somewhere. Not right now, Michael. I'm making a text user interface library. Okay, K isn't working. That's why. That should wrap around. Why is it not wrapping around? That one is working. But J is broken. Idiots. Wrong order. There we go. Look at that. What a simple thing, huh? So yeah, that was a to-do app. That was kind of easy. A bit kludgy, but not too bad. I'm not sure if I like this now. Should we start from scratch? Build a new text user interface? Absolutely not. That's some clever thinking there, Chibuthon. I started to think you might be Satan, Skylar. Okay, so this is now somewhat done. Let's use a different color here. There we go. We're not using the foreground, are we? Oh, why is this so shit? Ah. Okay. But here's the thing. This is kind of annoying to write. We could get around this by doing something really stupid. Let's try this. Mm-hmm. Ah, that's so gross. I think that's a bug. Yeah, there is a bug in here. It's fine. Are you guys still going on about licenses? Come on, man. Don't do that. No one gets happy from those conversations. Now, Keith. All right. Right, so a to-do list is pretty simple once you have all these things. Yeah. In that case, continue. But if it gets to a point where people start being all, no, you're wrong and I hate you, I'll eat your babies, then you have to stop it. We could. Okay, I have to fix a test in here. Could use that. Oh, unholy diver. Whew, that's a conversation. I mean, there's loads and loads of examples of where this is happening, right? They can take the tools that you make and sell them as their own, right? And the reason people would buy the tools from them rather than use it for free from you is because they know about them, but they don't know about you. It's as simple as that, right? I mean, there are so many services being sold around free tools. Just look at Redis and Elasticsearch, right? That's a whole thing right there, isn't it? That's what I think, though, right? Oh, good news, mother. Right. Whew. That's awesome sauce. Iowa? Nice. No, the insurance company is actually paying for the. So yesterday I had to bail on the stream. Everything went a bit insane and kept getting more insane. And yeah, so I bailed on the stream because there was a straw that broke the metaphorical camel's back in there. And there was a company that came around, right? Like you won't believe how insane it was. It was like that. It was like a crime scene in one of the rooms, right? They came around and they cleared the whole thing up, and that was covered by the insurance company. And then they flushed the pipes as well. So as long as we can get someone in to fix this now, within the next 2 weeks, we might not have to live through this again, right? Sure, Temporis, but they're still selling a service that is not hosting. Like you're not paying for. You're not paying for the VPS or the server or whatever it is that is on, right? You are paying for it because it is Redis, right? So even though Redis, I mean, Redis is just an example, right? If you took Redis out of the equation, people wouldn't give them any money, right? So they are definitely standing on the shoulders of Redis there, right? But anyway, I'm really happy about that. It means that thank you so much, Scott. Wow, thank you, Scott. Where's the bunny? Where's the bunny? Look at the bunny. Why is there no sub alerts? Do you guys hear anything? Where was the sound? Where was the sub alert? What's the sound for you guys? Didn't hear no sound. That's illegal, Keeney. Thank you again, Scott. Thank you so much. Okay, yeah, for some reason it was set to minus 30 decibel. I don't know why. I'll turn it up a little. If someone wants to gift a sub to test the alert, you know? None were handed, no subs, no bunnies were handed out. I don't think you guys want bunnies. They are incredibly difficult animals that are prone to dying. Well, at least mine are. Oh. I made myself sad. No, I didn't. Alright, let's get some... Thank you, Temporis. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And there we go. We can hear the sound. Is the audio levels okay for you guys? I'm gonna do this for you. Thank you, Temporis. Thank you. We're gonna get rid of a lot of warnings. Can we do a patch here? Thank you so much, Dan. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for confirming the audio levels. What is this? That's what that is. Nice one. Thank you. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Temporis. Thank you, Scott. Okay. That's not too bad. That's just cruel temporis. We got a level 4 hype train. Thank you so much, guys. Why is the VOD thing not doing anything? VODs, maybe? Yeah, there we go. There's the VODs. Maybe we need to make alias commands. Is that a bad idea? Yes. Acton, are you awake? Are you up? Yesterday, when I crashed, I went up first and just hung out dealing with life a little bit, and then I was chatting with Acton while he was playing Balatro, and I got to be the backseat driver, and I had a lot of fun doing that. Okay, I have to fix this. We are so close to release him. The Halo effect, last of our kind. They are less fun. They are kind of meaningless. So there is that. What is VC? Voice chat? Are we never using the widget ID? Oh. Yeah, that makes sense. It does to me, Keeney. VC is mostly venture capital, but I am so out of that world now, so I don't even know anymore. I got a chest. Choo choo. Choo choo. Yeah, we don't need this, do we? Because it doesn't work the same way as the list. All right. Are these unused? Apparently. Is this even used? I'm kind of vibing here. I don't think that's even used. What is this? Tree ether? Hmm. That's it. 60 warnings left. No warnings left. Nice. Nice. Okay, we're not doing this one. We need to get this one going. There you go. Okay, should we do this? Hmm. I don't know. Yeah, I did. I had this one. I changed to Eye Mirage after I got some eye issues, and this was better. I had another one for the longest time. Oh, and I don't have that now. All right, I had another one before. I don't remember which one it was. No, not anymore. So I had this issue where there was like a weird pocket of air, or not air, of liquid in my eye. So I had like this peanut shaped thing in my eye all the time. Like in the middle of the eye, it was like a peanut shape. And it was a little bit difficult to deal with that. And the theme I had, so I had to change it. I have glasses somewhere. I have these ones for reading. Or when I want to look cool. Yeah, like that. Was that cool enough? Okay, so This one we need. Okay, let's see how many warnings we have here. 12 warnings. Okay, let's get through the ones that we can. We'll leave that one. But we are using the for loop. What are you griping about? Why is it saying that we're not using this? Okay, well, we can get rid of this for now. We don't need this debug anymore. Okay. Right, this one has to be fixed as well. Some things are best left unknown. There's a lot of error handling we have to add, but it's sort of okay. Wrong file. Okay, so we're on to widgets now. Actually, we're not on to widgets. There's... Yeah, we are on to widgets. Okay, fine. Well, we have to deal with these skill issues eventually, so we can't really do that. Okay, that should be all right then, shouldn't it? Is this one set to a must use or something? No. Oh well. Wow, so close to release, I get all kind of giddy. Ah, this one is tricky. I used to play a lot of Helldivers, but that was Helldivers 1. I never played the second one. Okay, so how many do we actually have here? 5 warnings. It's the filter. Yeah, let's skip that one. Oh yeah, why would we have that twice? What a silly person I am. That is definitely some debug nonsense. Ooh, we're not leaving that in there, are we? Should be 1 warning here. Yep. Okay, I have to do better. No, Shift I. There we go. Oh no. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, are we done there? Yeah. So this one has no warnings. Correct. Don't care about the bug. Geometry probably don't have any warnings or anything. No. Lots of warnings. Okay, let's do it. This is the one that needs to be rewritten. What are you doing, Vim? Come on, man. Okay, you're being a dingus. Is that all there is? I thought it was going to be loads of these. Yeah. Why are you so shit? Okay. So focused. Hang on. I'll be there with you shortly. Whoops. Alright, we introduced a bug. I don't know why it's picking up some and not others, but... Oh, it's notes.h, that's why. I think I managed to do this. And Rust is okay with that? Alright, cool. There it is. Okay. Soon, soon, I will catch up with you guys. I'm so close to this thing. Nice. 2 errors. Warnings even. 2 warnings only. It's hack, but we should add that to the list. So let's do that. Okay, we got 2 warnings left. We can live with those. Okay, so we're almost ready to release this. We should look at the failing test inside the resolver. Boom, yeah. All right, this is it. We gotta fix this now. We're gonna do a formatting before we do get into this, just because that's so much easier. There we go. There it is. Right, so this one is a little bit involved, and I gotta try to remember how this works now. Ooh, wrong blip. Okay. Let's take this one out of here. So many tests. Oh, no, we're not. Okay. No, you couldn't search for that? Okay. Okay. Once we fix these tests, I think all tests are compiling as well. Wrong blip. I think this is the blip that's failing. Yep. Why is it failing? There is a set. What is the test? The test case. Set state. Do we use set state a lot? Shit. Yeah, we do. The state is not implemented for the map. What is it that you want? You want any state. And in a map, okay, we need to get this compiling. So we do this. Perfect. There we go. No. Come on. Come on. Gotta get the compiler going first. Okay, we got it compiling. Now we're gonna get this part compiling. Okay, now that's compiling. Now it should be passing, but that's of little help. Oh, well then. Okay, quite a lot broken, but quite a lot passing still. Okay. And I think in the value, okay, attribute lookup, either index. Right, why are you griping? Unwrap on a none? Well, that's not great. Okay, so we have an expression here, which is an either. So it's either this or that. Here we have a string literal from attribute. We got a list with set attribute to A. Okay, well that explains why that doesn't work. We need a value kind. Now I broke a lot of things. Not that many. Okay, I probably won't release this today. Not because it's not ready. I do the merge into dev. It's more that I think that I'm too frazzled to not risk making a mistake. Because all of these logs, all these WIP things are gonna be smushed into one. There's a lot here, and I don't want to do this when I'm frazzled. So probably first thing tomorrow morning, after a quick stretch. What are we testing here? This is a lookup. We fix one test at a time. That's why I do that. So many warnings. Can a value become a value kind? No. All right. How do I go from value to value kind? We got the kind there. Oh, we can dereference that to a value. Are these copy? No, but they're a clone. It didn't work though, did it? Okay, so what's attributes supposed to be in this case? Are these attributes for... What attributes are these? It's an attribute storage. So when we go to eval this, we need to look at the attributes as well. We do. Okay, I'm starting to see what happens, right? So we set... That's an expression, an index expression. So when we evaluate this expression, we should look up A in attributes. Yeah, why is that not working? Okay. There you are, Mr. Zero. Yeah. That should be A. Is a static string value. That didn't seem right to me. There is the value. Why is that not resolving? But it is there. Why can't we call as int on that one? Oh shit, is that the issue? Damn, okay. Because it's not an integer. It's an index. Oh man, that is kind of frustrating. Oh, that is a bastard of a thing, isn't it? How do we replicate this? I mean, this works in production. I just don't know how to replicate a test for this. Still, I can't help but being incredibly happy about everything. Oh, now it's null? Really? Oh, hang on. That's why we don't get past this. That's why we get the first value. Do we really need that to happen? Why does this work in production? Is it how the value is evaluated? Maybe we can try this out by using an attribute from the root. So when we pass in our index here, we can just give it an attribute. That just works, right? But what are you? If we just have that in here, let's debug this. And where are you? So this resolve is what we're looking for. And the expression is attributes A that we are evaluating, or rather we're resolving this with this resolver. Okay, let's follow that one. Where is that? Don't need that open anymore. The immediate resolver. Okay. Here we go. Let's look at the expression. If we could. Oh, that just says lol. Why? Okay, this is an index, which I think the source is going to be attributes. Yeah, cool beans. Okay, so we do end up with what is a value expression index here. Okay. And then we make a new value out of this. What's the expression here? Okay, that makes sense because we didn't pass in a value. There we go, that's our value. Shit. What's the expression here? Gotta make sure that we're looking at the right thing. Yep. That is resolving correctly. That is kind of weird. What is the value though? No, that has resolved to... No, it is an attribute. It's going really well, Brongulus. How you doing? Just gonna solve some tests and we're off to the races. Then we can move on to game engine dev. Okay. There's no index here. This can't be an index. What the shape? Okay, the plot thickens. It is an attribute key and static. Let's go back here then and let's look at this. Ship on it. It's the same thing. Why? Why does it resolve to a null kind? Is it failing to do the lookup? Okay, let's look at the expression here. It's an attributes A. Ah, silly me. No. Why are you failing here but not here? What's inside this context that I am missing? Okay, is the context not something that we can debug? What do we write in there? Ugh, no. Back, heart attack. Not doing that. We can still do this one. Okay, so that is not something that we can look at. But the value is. Why do we not get the value resolved? All right, let's just debug this then. Okay, what's inside these attributes? That's what, if these are empty, then something has gone amiss there. Oh yeah, no, here's our integer. But why is it resolving this thing to a value expression here? And what is it doing here? Is this a value expression? No, it's a value. Okay, so we have a new resolver context here, and we resolve this. And we make a new value here. I think maybe this is where No, we're calling the resolve function, right? An expression with a context. And what is that? Okay, how do these differ now? What is this? It's an expression, not a value expression. But that is an expression. Can we just call resolve here? And we need to pass in the expression. We have the expression. Then we need the context, the resolver context. Yeah, that's you. And then we pass in a 0 key, subscriber 0. So what do we get here? Then this would make its own resolver context, value expression resolve, and a new value. So that is all we should need. Okay, where are you, bulk little bastard? Still null. So attributes static for some reason doesn't resolve. What is going on here? Why are you doing this to me, you bloody bastard? I ran the wrong debugger. Okay, let's walk through this. What is this value expression? It's an index. And when we call new here, we're resolving this value with a I think this is where it's failing. I think this is where it's failing. So if we look at the value expression here, that's an index, yeah. Oh wow, optimized out. Thank you. You ship. Okay, that's fine. You can't optimize it out here. Still wrong debugger. That's an integer. Wait, what? How? How now, integer cow? Damn, okay, that's not right. I mean, that is right, but... That's the... Oh no, that's a primitive. I'm in the wrong place, aren't I? There it is. There is the issue tissue. That's the one we're looking for. Okay, it's about tea time shortly. Okay, we have to skip the first one. This is the wrong expression. This is where I'm failing in the other project, in the test. Even though we set the attributes, so it shouldn't be an issue. We're definitely setting the attributes though. Oh, wait a second. Maybe this is the issue. Yes. All right. I believe, said Steve, that we need more tea. All right, change of plan. We're not getting any. Not getting any tea. Good night, Velux. We're getting other things. I don't know what that means, but it's not tea. All right, that's enough of that. So yeah, I think setting the attribute is what's going wrong here. We need to not do that because it fails to evaluate the attribute. Somehow. Where's the max thing happening? Where was that now? This one is fine. No. Wait, this is insane. This one is weird. There is something very strange going on here. We need to go back to where the attribute is being set. Insert with. That's a very different function than set. Oh, yes, it is. Huh. How does that work? Oh, yeah. Okay. So setting a value seems to do something very different than insert with. Because this one gets a key. It gets a value key. Okay, that one is a non-issue. That's going to be attributes. So what does this do then? That just gives us a small index out. And that's not an issue. Okay. Maybe they're not that different then. We create a value here. Can we just do insert with instead of set? I believe set should have... Set should only work for... Actually, I don't want to say that because I think that might not be quite right. But we should be using insert with is the long and short of it. How short? This short. Okay, so let's not use set then. Let's use insert with. And what does that look like? Value key. Like that. Man, I am having like a complete brain fail here. Value index. And what am I supposed to return? Just resolve. like so. Is that it? No, shit, I broke it. Oh, I see I made a lot of things up again. Well, now, that happens from time to time. Yeah. We have to produce a context. Just copy this. Okay. Where does the expression come in here? Maybe we need to pass the expression in there. Okay. Do we have the widget ID? And the value index? What did they turn into? They compose a subscriber. Okay, that's all right. We can use a subscriber here. Zero. So then it's just expression that we need to resolve. Instead of having a value, we take an expression here. That makes so much more sense. So we want to set A to an expression primitive. Ugh, you know what? I can't be bothered typing that. There we go. Oh, there's no int. Num maybe. Sure is. Damn. I actually thought it was going to work this time. Oh, you luck. Come on. Oh, we have two nums here. You numb. You are numb. Damn it. Okay, scope is not a value. So we're missing the scope here. We do have the scope. What's the issue? We need another scope, that's why. Come on, that's still not it. Oh, okay. State ID is 0. Is this sufficient? Is this it? Don't try to make sense of Brongulus. You're gonna of its Brongulus. You're gonna lose your marbles. Mutable borrow occurs here, so we need to be able to do that in testing 42. Okay, so it's like this. Attributes and self. I just wrote that yesterday. That was a surprisingly quick job with the stuff that I'm working on with now, right? Wait, what am I missing here? A comma, right? I can show you in a second. That's what I'm missing. That's what I'm missing. I just need to get this working. Yes, there you are. Suck it, you ghoul. Right. So this entire program, Brongulus, looks like this. Okay. Right. So, Brongulus. Here we go. We have the chat itself. It just listens for incoming chat messages, right? So that part is solved in another program. So we get a chat message as bytes. We make it into a string. We convert it into an IRC message. And then we emit this to the user interface. And then in the user interface, we get a message here. While we have more than 50 messages, just throw the old stuff away. And if it's a chat message as opposed to a quote or an event, we don't care about those now. We get the name, we get the message color, we get the text, and then we create a new message. And then we insert this into the state. And then here in our index, we go through all the messages. If it's a chat message, then we pass it on to the chat template. And that looks like this. So what you need to do is you need to just parse IRC messages, get IRC messages. There are like lots of libraries for doing that, right? And then just display them in the UI. Sorry, that's a terrible explanation. Terrible explanation of what we're doing. So there is that, right? This is AML, right? Anathema markup language. But it's practically YAML, right? It's pretty much as YAML as you can get without being YAML. It doesn't have the beautiful idiosyncrasies of YAML. It just have the formatting of YAML, right? That's all. Okay, so if we can get this test to work, can we get more tests to pass? We can, and we do. Yeah, sorry, that was terrible, Brongulus. I just realized that there is no like none of this makes sense. Because you have to know about anathema and you have to know about the bot server as well, right? We should probably move the server to work on Unix domain sockets instead, shouldn't we? Let's do that. Let's change this to something like bunnybot socket, right? And then we change this to a UDS. Is it UDS or is it Unix? It's Unix. So that's all we really should have to do to get this working. Wait, why does this one have a different bind? That is a Tokyo listener, and this is also Tokyo. And their bind returns that, and here bind is async. Bind is not async here. No. All right. So that's what we have to do. Oh man, we've figured that out, Marvel, and now we're doing something else. I just decided to fix this and make it use Unix domain socket instead of hang on, that's a problem. Instead of using TCP/IP, right? So before we need to remove the old one. Because otherwise we'll get like an old one hanging out there. And then here at the end of this, we don't have the command handler open, but we can clean up at the end as well. It don't matter. Okay, so now we have a Unix listener instead. That means that our simple bun need to use a Unix connection instead. Wait, if you don't have a new, what do you do? How do we make one of these things then? I haven't used this, I see. Oh, these don't look the same at all, do they? Well, kind of. We need that. Yes, this crate doesn't allow you to add things without documentation. Create a new instance of a Unix over a Unix domain socket. There we go. Okay, then we make that into a path buff. Now, is path buff const? Stop it. I don't know if it is. No, it's not. Can it be a static path though? Probably not. How do you even make that? Yeah, you're not gonna make that, are you? Cobra babies to you too. Okay, I sent Cobra babies by accident. No, there's no cons here. Will this work? Oh, connection is not implemented for UDS connection. Damn. Yeah, it's the hack font. Does it have an official website? I don't know if they have a website. Okay, so UDS connection doesn't implement that. We need to go to Binky for that. It's not implemented for TCP connection either, apparently. Oh yeah, it is. Here we go. Okay, that was it. What a quick fix, eh? Yeah, there is a new one there. Okay, that's it. All right, let's restart everything and see if this works. That's the bunny bot. That's the interface. Yep. All right. Happy to hear it, Bonin. Happy to hear it. We're now running everything over Unix domain sockets instead. Oh, I love Rust. Oh my god, how easy was that? I want you all to say I am here when that happens, right? Is that faster? Not really, not notably in this case, Marvel, but there is not really. There's not really a big difference, right? You can't accidentally open a Unix domain socket to the outside world, though. Not that that was going to be an issue, but, you know. I want to see more I am here messages every time the bunny bot comes online, right? Unix domain socket. Or a UDS, right? So a UDS is like you writing, well, you know what? I was about to describe something that was going to be extra stupid, right? Nice. Okay, Bonin, I will add. Hang on. Oh no, we can't do that. No, all right. I was gonna make a terrible joke. Let's not. I'm gonna do. Let me Google that for you, but I was gonna build into the bot. We there are free online models. There's lots of free online models, right? Why? I'm not using it. If you're gonna use AI, you might as well go and use Google, right? AI. Man, fuck you all. We ruined the world. Okay. We got failing tests. So let's have a look at these tests. Okay, let's fix this one to start with. We just have to make a different expression here. We don't set attributes. Yeah, we do. Oh shit, we have to evaluate the list. Oh, but that's an expression, isn't it? So easy. Bunnybot is too busy. First try. I know, right? That's insane. Let's see what else is dying list. Yeah, this one's just gonna panic. What is it supposed to do? Let's read the test. All right, that doesn't even compile. Set state takes any state, and that is Oh no, sorry. I should probably fix my stream title. Oh. There we go. No, I made a to-do list here, which is, well, then I broke it. Yeah, I broke it because I wanted to see the attribute name, right? So I made this thing. Very, very silly thing. All right. And the way it works is based on this, right? Oh, that's a nicer color. So this is like the essence of the to-do display wise. We could probably get like a Unicode tick, couldn't we? Like that one. Right? That's so much better, isn't it? Do we need that? Should we just have it look like this? Can we have a Unicode circle maybe? Or a yeah, you know, there's quite a lot of them, right? Or maybe an empty square. Shit, that's a lot of circles. Go Unicode, go. Hi. All right. Do we have instead of circles, can we get Unicode square instead? Geometric shapes. Yeah, look at these. Aren't these pretty? And then this one for a completed one. All right. You have the right to do demo app in the terminal. It's really good. Maroon. I don't know how to pronounce that. Maroon. Moraine. Damn it. Anyway. This is nice. You know what? Fork it over. There we go, right? Mar 1. All right, got it. Mar 1. Yeah, I like it, but we need like a similar sized counter for that one, right? But yeah, this was really easy to build. So let me show you what this actually looks like now, right? This is the template that you run for this, and the actual to-do thing is, this is the state. This just holds value for the to-do thing, right? The titles, the selected color, and selected index, right? These are just dumb values, basically. Everything that is the app is in here. The key press, if for J for down, K for up, right? And then we just mutate the selected index based on that. And space will just toggle it on and off, right? We could probably have moved these things onto the state as well. And then here is the events being triggered from the input. And that's it. So the entire to-do, the logic for to-do is 60 lines of code. The rest is just data. 60 lines of code for that one, and for this thing, it's 29 lines, right? It's not just about the terminal, Maroon. No, Mar1, sorry. It's not just about the terminal, it's about the font you use as well. So you might end up using a font that doesn't support them. That's a possibility. So right now, I'm trying to fix the last failing tests that I have. Once I fix that, I can remove everything but 2 warnings, and we should be good. I don't think we can push to a list. No, you can't push to a list. It has to be a value for you to push to it. No, it is not. This is a different issue. We have almost all tests passing here. There are all the tests are building. We just need to fix the 4 broken ones. Let's see if all the tests are compiling. No, there is default widgets have broken tests. Might have to fix that before we make any more progress here. This one is a little bit sketchy. We need to add a list to the state. We should be able to do that. Yeah, we can do that. We could also... We can do this and then not worry about it. This will just make the test pass. And it's less cold, right? Okay, why is this one failing? Hello, Lobsang. How you going? Some good strong Unicode you got there. Yeah, that's fine. Happy to hear it. All right, we just see if this works. No. Okay, which one is it that's broken? This one. What's the... Are you an expression? Yeah, you are. There we go. Removing code makes it work. And how they stare. You gotta subscribe if not exist, right? Just so you know. I don't see this working. No, we don't cast it to a list. No, I can't do that either. Oh, it's a value. Oh no. So we have to get the list out of the state. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that one broke a lot of things. I don't think my font can handle that one. Okay. Can we get the list? So that's our value in any state. I think the issue here is that I tried to make everything into something else. I don't know if we can cast a value. I think that would be sort of insane, but there might be an undocumented function. Yep, to mute cast. Ooh, we could. Shit. No, we need to cast the value, not the unique. Oh damn, I don't have time for you. I sent Cobra babies to my wife. I was gonna say something else, but autocorrect. So she replied, Cobra babies to you too. But there were no Cobra babies. They were just regular Cobras. Hello, Donnie. How you doing? How you doing? I'm doing great, mate. Doing great. I had my floor covered with poo yesterday, but that is now gone. So it's just going up from here, right? What are you up to? Are you streaming today? You quit? Why? I don't know if you're serious or not. Seems like serious business. All right, that makes sense. That makes sense. Man, yesterday I just wanted to throw my computer out the window and quit. So sometimes you just feel like quitting for good, like just turning it off and then walking away. That's good. Happy to hear that. Is this thing working? If we comment that out, can we do the cast at least? We can. I think. If we do this. Yeah, we can do the cast. Yeah, I want to. I feel a bit guilty because I want to hang out in more people's stream, but I've been so dead to the world. Our frustration is different to what would be work frustrations. Yeah. Work frustrations are accompanied by large amounts of money. Because that's the difference, right? No, my frustration wasn't with streaming though. My frustration was with the house. And the house is just being a dingus. Oh, I don't know if we can do like a value cast. The house was streaming too. It sure was. But yeah, we're gonna get that sorted now. But we can't cast a state, a value to another value. This one is just doing an insanely dangerous cast. Because this is the only thing that is the cast. Oof. Yeah, I don't know how we're gonna solve this one. It's an important test. Yeah, because we don't have the one in there. But we can't get the one in there. How are we gonna get this one in there? Oh man, that sucks, Dottie. How's your bathroom coming along, Don? Are you done with it? Do we really need to do this? That seems silly. We have to be able to modify this thing, otherwise it's just stupid, right? With a walk-in shower, does that mean like people off the streets just gonna walk in and shower? I think if you have no experience with that, doing work for a wet room might be a little bit scary on account of the bad things that happens if you fail to proper waterproof it, right? I am I am the old owner's Don. So, but I haven't done anything major like that. I've taken down walls and stuff, but just a couple of load-bearing walls that annoyed me. Now the roof's just sagging. No, but yeah, I'm definitely the old owners. They're gonna come in here and be like, "Why did you do this to the house?" And I'm like, shut up. It's your problem now. Nah, man, electricals are fun, Celestial, right? Do the electrics yourself. You get two nails, put them in the wall socket, so you get a sort of an idea for what you're exposing your family to, and then just go nuts, right? Plumbing, just live in a lake. You don't have to worry about water damage. Well, even more a reason to live in a pond, though, Celestial. There's no fires there, right? It's no oil in your pond, man. What would you have oil for? You didn't understand how dangerous that was? Okay, so I don't know, man. I don't know. Okay, so how are we gonna get a value onto the list? Yeah, long projects like that, they tend to weigh you down a little. A dangling outlet on a wall. I mean, you could just turn the main breaker off and deal with that, right? If you're worried about electrocuting yourself, if you turn the main breaker off, you are reasonably safe, right? Assuming no one has been messing with you, right? I think we've had that quote already today once. What? What do you mean you got no breaker? Alright, in your case, I think you should call an electrician, Celestial. Seems about time. Get a fuse box installed. Oh, building a road sounds expensive. Are you doing like a gravel road, or are you getting the whole council involved? Okay, there's a thing here. We need to be able to do this. Maybe we could give the state to the test. No, that doesn't work. That's fair enough. I can't imagine how expensive it would be to build a proper tarmac up to your house. I don't know how far you're building, but yeah. And then your kid's doing donuts in the driveway with your ATV, and all of a sudden your road is ruined again. Kids. Okay, I think I see what the issue is. We have to change the way the test works. Why concrete when dirt good? Because concrete will last a little bit longer and be a little bit smoother to drive on. Only if you tell them. Okay, I think I see what we need to do, right? So we need to take the test, which is here, and we need to give it a different state. I think this state is just dumb. No, I haven't implemented it yet, Freefall. It would be probably a reasonably trivial thing to do, since it's just an IRC message. That is not the RFC I was thinking of. It doesn't even note the action thing. And the stupid thing is, because you could just write action as well, right? So there's no there's no distinction there. I do not, Pepsi, use cursor. I use a mouse cursor and I use this cursor, but I don't use cursor AI. I wonder if that's a mistake on behalf of this thing, because they just grab this thing instead of actually doing anything with it. And it just says that a private message is that. Yeah, it doesn't deal with the action thing. Why still like an old ugly person? So what? Could you try that again? And do you mean that we are still, so we're not moving, or I don't understand. Is this? Please lecture us. We would love to hear this now. Exactly what? You gotta tell us, right? Because you guys not using AI on coding. Okay. I would like it. Okay. I would like it if it was good, but it kind of isn't. So it's not really something I would choose to use right now. What does AI bring? Nothing on a large code base. Like you can pay a lot of money for these models, but if you guys want to see, if you guys want to see the actual output of programming and AI, just watch Museum's ramblings on Discord, man. Yeah. Ah, thank you, Pepsi. Even though I am old, ugly bastard. We have a lot of helper functions in the code base the AI is not aware of or chooses to ignore. Well, I guess so you're going to fit it all into the context for it to work, right? If you're going to use an AI for something, the AI needs to be trained on your code base, right? If you have a large code base. Well, actually, if you wanted to be aware of your code base, then it has to be able to consume all your code, right? And make sense of it. That's it, Kevin, right? What about all my marketing dollars? Now, I'm not against using AI, right? I have used AI for various things, but not for programming. I think there's some really useful things that you can do with AI when it comes to programming, right? What would be a good example, right? Maybe if we do this, right? Let's say that you want to show me a pseudocode implementation of A* pathfinding. Right, things like this it can be useful for, right? So you can get an idea for how to bang this out, right? But that's kind of more of a conversation than not, right? I don't even know if we can correctly what is the overhead of using multiple threads when it comes to context switching versus single-threaded for network. I don't know. You can ask it these things, right? But for doing the actual programming for you, it's terrible, right? And every time the conversation comes up, everyone's like, oh no, you're using the wrong model, right? I did this on stream a while ago. I went through loads of different models locally. And everyone said, oh no, try this one. And they were all wrong. There wasn't like one was better than the other. They were just wrong, right? They misunderstood, or they just gave us the wrong information. I tried to have the AI give me an example of HRTBs in Rust, or higher ranked trait bounds in Rust, and not a single local one could do this. This one probably could do, right? Show me an example of HRTB in Rust. This one could possibly do. Nope. Okay, if you do a basic search for Rust HRTB, you will get what... So the assistant works, right? There is no confusion what HRTBs are in Rust. None whatsoever, right? The fact that they all get this wrong is just concerning. That's not what HRTB is generally means in the context of Rust. And now we get the "you are correct." No, thank you for the clarification. All right. All right, and we got some higher rank trait bounds in there. All right, excellent. For any choice of... Oh my god, it waffles on. It waffles on so much, right? The only way I can use them is to tell them to be quiet first, right? Like tears, succinct, don't volunteer information I didn't ask for, then it becomes good. Actually, I'll show you when they are good. It got that one. Anyway, no one cares about those anymore. They will go away soon, probably. Yeah, I mean, it's weighted guessing, isn't it? But it's not weighted guessing without... It's weighted guessing on a lot of training data. Okay, so I think the issue is here because we've got this setup. And the test needs to be able to work with different states. So maybe our test case should have its own state. Should we... Should we move on to game dev instead now? Hello, Batman. Yeah, right. I think we're right about to wind this one up. And there's kind of a lot of work to be done here to make this... I have to rewrite a lot of the tests to use custom state instead. To get 2 tests to pass, basically. Actually, I wonder if the expressions could be done already. Okay, so this one could just be a list from Ether. And we're supposed to remove a value here. We can't do that one either. Okay, so I think we're good. Yeah, we only have 2 failing tests here. So let's add all this. And I think we'll park this now and then we go over to game dev instead. How much time do I have left? Let me check. Maybe don't look away when you do that. Let me have a look. I'm hiding behind the microphone now. You can't see me. If I can't see you, you can't see me. No, I still got time. I'm good. But I need something. I don't know what I need. Do I need like maybe an apple? Okay, let me go and grab an apple. All right. Put my feet up. You can listen to me chew an apple now. Mmm. We had that quote as well today. Oh, so much hair. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there are hundreds of quotes in there. Don't know. I ever thought about going bald? Not on purpose. No more double quotes. Okay. Then we run out of quotes eventually, Enrico. I don't know who Johnny Sins is, but my skull looks like the surface of the moon. I shaved my head once. So like craters and stuff up there. I'm sure there's like a little dude driving a moon rover up there as well. The MTV flag. Hello, August. How you going? Here's the thing, right? When someone says something that is wrong, you don't have to correct them, right? I'm just speaking generally now. So we can let someone be wrong, right? It's not my job to tell you if you're being a crazy person, right? Okay, hypotheticals here. Well, I mean, most of you are insane, but no more or less than I am, I suppose. You know, I can't agree with you for my own brand, but in secret I do, right? That is masochistic though, Celestial. Did you see my terrible YouTube shorts, Don? I'm almost done with this apple now. Where's my YouTubes? It's a good idea, Bonin, but I have too few videos for that. But let me share a boring link with you guys then. Man, hunt and peck on this keyboard was not that exciting. Just inflammatory content for no reason whatsoever. I think if you use your nose to type, then you either got no arms or you got other issues. You don't get the end. Okay. I love that you say that. I love that you say that. Okay. Can you guys watch this video while I go and throw my Apple core away? And then you tell me if you get this, because I didn't think that everyone was going to get this joke, because I think maybe all the people will. Oh man, this was comfortable. Just lying here chatting for a bit. Heyo. Yeah, that's the joke, right? If you guys didn't get it, you tell the computer to make a program that prints hello world, but what you mean with print, there's different. If you talk to a human, they might go, okay, you want to print this at a terminal because we understand programming, but an AI, which has repeatedly misunderstood higher rank trait bounds, will do other things. That's the joke, right? Not enough skibidi toilet. Bonen, don't pretend to be young. You're as old and shit as I am. Print out of shame. Just put on the wall. I think so, Freefall, but the good thing when you're making nonsensical content is that you don't actually have to be entirely attached to reality, right? This might come as a surprise to some of you, but most of the stuff you see on YouTube is actually make-believe, right? Including the ones that pretend that they're not, okay? Hey, see this guy, Jimmy, put 5 pencils up his nose and his IQ went up by 300 points. You should try these 5 simple tricks to become smarter. You need more pens up your nose. The further they go, the smarter you get. Please like and prescribe. Tracer was the first blogger, man. Vue 3? Well, some kind of JavaScript framework. He was also a pilot. I mean, does that fill you with confidence or does that make you afraid of flying, right? I mean, wait, I feel like it can go either way. Nah, it's all good. It's all tickety-boo. I had to make post-its, right? Hey, man, I don't judge Freefall. You like whatever topi you like. I got three post-its notes here by my computer. I'm showing you 2 here. But this one is very important. It says, don't take it seriously, okay? Because this is the only way I can interact with the world these days. It's far too depressing and tedious to listen to the same things over and over again. And I'm a streamer. I say the same thing over and over again. And that's literally my job. Hi, what are you using? How old are you? Are you a man or a goat? What language is this? How many fingers am I holding up? I don't know the answer to any of these questions, okay? But I answer them anyway. 300 times a day. And I don't mind answering them. If I did, I shouldn't be a streamer. Does he actually have a book on flying as well? Sounds good, Scott. Nice. 3, Freefall. 3. Why do you use Rust? And I don't get that question at all, Tiny Goliath. You're the only one brave enough to ask the real tough questions, right? So the real answer is because I haven't managed to finish the book by Tracer, okay? I didn't know that you can return pointers to memory on the stack and it's perfectly fine to do so. I didn't know this, right? Like an idiot, I thought that was bad. But I haven't really garnered his level of intelligence yet, so. Why don't you use Turbo Pascal? I think Turbo is just marketing at this point. It's not blazingly fast. Why don't you use C++? I feel like that joke writes itself, so I'm just gonna leave that one there. We're on the road. Shotgun! Has anyone begun to grasp even what being a goat means? Well, here's my take. But I could be wrong. The thing Trace that does with undefined behavior is unreal. Yeah, but I used to think that all programming books held some kind of infinite wisdom and truth, right? You read about programming these days, and it's like 12 angry children writing a blog together. This is pre the AI slop era, right? So, like 2010, 2015, around there, maybe 2020, right? Just anyone could just write the blog. Here's 10 things you need to learn to write Python and get yourself a girlfriend. Or 15 things why your mother-in-law thinks you're a twat. I don't know, right? I mean, I tried to be nice to her, but what can I do? Anyway, right? So it used to be, so you had books instead. Books were packed with information. They will describe a journey where you start with something that will describe a concept to you, whatever. Sometimes you needed some pre-existing information. You couldn't just jump into knowing nothing into some kind of intermediate programming books, right? Because you're missing a lot of context. But in general, you could get a book on Pascal or C or Basic or sandwiches, right? And you'd be fine. Now people don't want to buy books, they want to get the information for free instead. And there's nothing wrong with that. And some people write the books and publish them for free. Hashtag Mara Boss, right? What a trooper she is. If you don't know what I'm talking about, look up Rust, Locks, and Atomics. It's free to read online. It's pretty good. But I bought a copy because I hate the forest. She wrote that. It's very good. Go read that. But again, you should have some pre-existing knowledge. But that's not the point. But now people want the information for free, so they go and read this like stupid blog post instead, right? And this is now made its way, it's a long time ago, it made its way into the world of video content as well. Because now it's like, ugh, I can't read a book, you asshole. Just spoon feed me the information now, or I get angry. Or what was I doing again? I don't have the attention to be angry. So we want this in video form. And you know what videos do well? The ones that go, look, you don't have to worry about getting experience or doing any of that. These are like the 5 simple things you need to master to become an excellent programmer so you can get a job at Fern. All right? Well, that's not even the thing anymore, but whatever, right? Oh, you gotta listen to me. I got 12 million viewers, so I must be correct. Because viewer count equates truth, right? Books are great, but this rant comes from the Trace the book, right? I haven't read the Trace the book. I've seen the stuff that Don has showed me from the book. But a book from that age, I would have assumed that it held more truth and value, right? Like, you just have to pick any book from Pact Publishing, and it's going to be a travesty of misinformation, most likely, all right? Yeah. Books, right? Great. I missed the days when programs would look up top programming language for the year, and now it's air-related slop. I went on a journey. I say this was some more important, but I went searching for shit online, and I was looking for new programming languages that came out in 2024. And there were no actual content whatsoever around that. It was just AI generated bullshit and crappy blog posts and stuff. Having to buy a compiler sucked, yes. I don't get any AI generated videos though, right? 10 reasons why you need to use X. I mean, I just call it Twitter still. FAN clearly stands for Meta, Amazon, Apple, Netflix, and Alphabet. There you go. Very good. No, it is depressing nonsense and what have you, right? But on that note, right? I'm not particularly interested in the conversations about AI in that sense, right? If you like it, then use it. There's nothing wrong with using it. You get the information you need however you want, right? If you end up in a situation where you can't think for yourself anymore, hopefully you have the self-awareness to get out of it. I'm not saying that's gonna happen. I'm just talking, in general. We need to write a program book together. It's gonna be the best book, believe me. All the other program books, total disaster, absolutely. Nobody reads them, but ours, yes, it will be tremendous. They will be the magnum opus of our existence, right? It will be delivered through the God machine that just because we'll do nothing, and then all of a sudden it will just exist, right? Page 1, this is all nonsense. And then the following pages have been left blank for your self-improvement. Base 64 encoding. That seems unnecessarily hard. Can't we just do a Caesar cipher, Rod 13, right? And then we pretend that only you and I understand this. Everyone else are just suckers, right? No, but I'm not invested in your politics, right? And I avoid the politics as much as possible. That's why I don't get it. But I don't understand anything. It's so good. What I do understand is that behind the door over there is a world of shit. And that's not a metaphor, because that's where the room is that got flooded. And I just don't look forward to dealing with that. I see. Okay. It was the last sentence there that I latched on to. Yeah, oh man, I've been on for 8 hours. There's not a lot left in the old brain department. But I was gonna do game development or work on the game engine, but I think maybe I'm a little bit too frazzled for that. Go pet the bunnies. That's problematic, because that implies that I have more than one that's alive, and I don't. But the one that's alive is happy and well. Like imitating Jerry Seinfeld? Oh. I'm lost in that conversation now. Anyway, should we try to do a little bit of programming? Let's have a look. Yeah, but there's something disturbing about being a 96-year-old man with a plush bunny, right? It's kind of when your kid comes home, it's like, this is Kevin, he's in a band and he likes model trains. And you're like, well, you better not play with my trains. All right, let's do some programming. No, the push has to wait until tomorrow. I am way too frazzled to do something as difficult like that. Well, you would ask that, wouldn't you, Kenneth? 2 tests are failing, but that's only in one place. There are tests that are not compiling in the default widgets. I think maybe we have to fix these first before we do anything. Ooh, Nelly. Yeah. We can still merge before all the tests are passing, though. Yeah. Okay. Let's do game dev, shall we? Where did we leave off? Yes, the loop. The loop. The loop is on fire. No, it isn't. There's nothing wrong with the loop. Right. The question was, how do we attach anything to... how do we attach anything to the timers, right? That's what we need to do. Doodle-doo-doo-doo, biddly-boo-boo-boo, diddle-doo-doo-boo, all right, you physics dummy. What are you up to? Hanging out with the rendering dummy, are you? Missing tick for arbitrary timer thing. All right, let's fix that one then, right? And what else do we got? Was that it? A bunch of warnings. Warnings for nerds. Listen to that. Right. Well, that's not there anymore, is it? 53. You move the goalpost. Can't we get to physics? No, because it's private. Ugh. Okay, there we go. Oh, we just ran a game. I mean, it doesn't do anything, but who's to say it's not a game? Everyone. Eps. Look, we have 0 renderings. No, we have 1 render, and we ran a timer in 421 nanoseconds. I feel like we already won. Okay. Now, how can we get this arbitrary thing in there, right? It's not too bad, Argus. It's kind of... You can make it more complicated than it have to be, right? As a matter of fact, let's take a little detour into the modular swamp. Of Rust modules. Okay. Let's work with a library instead of anything else, all right? And while we're at it, let's do... that, okay? Right, so we can look at the files we have as well, all right? Now, we don't have any modules or anything of the sort in here. So let's make a module for food, because I like food. We're going to start off by making a file called food. There we go. Now we have a file called food in the root of source. That means to use this module, we have to write mod food in the root, in the lib file, right? This is the module food is now created. We can go there and it's pretty good. It's not more complicated than that. It doesn't have to be. All right. Let's make a submodule called food. All right. Actually, let's add submodules to food. So to do that, we're going to make a new directory in here called food. Then we're going to move our food rs file into food mod rs. And then we're going to close everything down. And we can look at this now, right? Now we have food and mod rs, but the thing still works the same, okay? We can still run this. Well, we can't run it because there's no main function. We can still compile this and it works fine, right? The only thing we did was, can you let me move, you twingus? All right. here's our project. All right. And then we created a singular module called food. Yum. All right. And we want to add things into this module. So we can do it like this, right? We created a singular module called food. Now we want to add submodules under food called sandwiches, because I like sandwiches. All right, so we're going to create the sandwich submodule. But we can't have food RS and sandwich RS. We can, but we're not going to get there yet. We can't have food and sandwich in the same place, right? In the same level in the file hierarchy. So if we get out of here and we do a cargo clean, and we make a new file called sandwich.rs, and we look at the tree here, this wouldn't work if we have food RS and sandwich RS, right? They would be two separate modules in the root of the project. But if we move the sandwich into food, so it now looks like this. Now sandwich is a submodule of food. So back to lib. From lib, we go to food. And in food, we add a module called sandwich, right? This is the food mod RS file. You can see that here. This is the lib RS file. You can see that here because you can read. You're illiterate. Yes. And then here, we're going to have a struct called sandwich. Pretty simple stuff, right? Make it public. Now, if I want to use a sandwich here, I have to use food sandwich, right? Actually, let's call it a club instead. Not because I like club sandwich more than any other sandwich, but I don't want to have the same name as the module. Okay. So now we can put this up here as well, right? But there's no reason why it has to be anywhere else. All right. Okay. Now, here's the thing. If we make this thing private, we can no longer refer to the club here because it is private. What we can do is we can make it public to the crate only. And now nothing can use this outside of this library, this crate. But every module in this crate can use this, right? There are other visibility qualifiers we can use, but I'm not going to use them because that's going to be more confusing. Now, I'll show you a bit of an outlier here. It's not an outlier. Actually, no, I was going to show you something gross, but let's not do that. All right. But what we can do is we can actually move this mod file and we can call it food.rs. So now it looks like this. And this works. This file is on the same level as this directory. So this file fills the same purpose as this mod rs file. Why they made this a possibility in Rust is beyond belief. It makes no sense. We all agree that this is how it should work. And then we added this so you can get confused. Not a biggie, but it's two different ways of dealing with it now. There is a third way, but I have to murder you if I show it to you because it's so disgusting, right? If you have a mod rs file, it's because you have submodules. So it makes sense to not put too much stuff into your mod rs file. The reason you created this was because it probably started off as a singular module, but you needed more stuff underneath it, right? That's how things should grow, right? Yes, this is adding confusion. These two trees represent the same module structure, and the code will work doing this, right? The code is fine using both trees, but they do look different. And that is silly. You have to declare a module for it to exist because you don't know if a file is a module or not, right? It's not a guarantee that it should be there. So being explicit means that you can navigate the code rather than the file system, but you are not likely going to have a bunch of modules like this that doesn't belong to this, right? You can do... No, I can't show you this. It's too gross. I've showed you this before. Anyway, I am so tired. Swamp, be gone. Okay, now we have an arbitrary thing here instead. So let's see if we can do anything with that. Let's see if we can do anything with that. Ooh, beautiful song. What about workspaces? I do not have it in me to talk about workspaces. Is there anything in particular you want to know? Is there anything that I can tell you that will make this conversation go away? No. Is there anything in particular you want to know about workspaces? Bugger off, you old fool. Exactly. But okay, can we attach this thing to the timer? The answer should be yes. The renderer does its thing. Physics does its thing. Okay, let's try this. Let's say that every time step has something that implements tick, right? Yeah, Rust's workspaces. If you look at the game engine, you can see that there are clients, comms, game look, maths, server, right? And then source. If we look at Anathema, there's even more different projects here, right? Well, you mentioned VS Code, and I can immediately see that's where things went wrong, right? If you use VS Code, you will never succeed in life. Please tell everyone. The reason for workspaces, in my not so humble and very strong opinion, is this. Workspaces allows you to kind of make a more restricted... You can isolate logic better with workspaces. Modules in a crate can bleed all over the place. But if you make a crate, that can only have either a public interface or no interface. There are no questions there. So building a crate that has a public interface and solves one or two particular problems specifically for your other project makes a lot of sense, right? It is not confusing where all the geometry and bullshit goes here. It is not confusing what the server is. Well, actually, it would be if you knew what actually was in there. But that's beside the point. So things get a little bit decomplicated. Now, these could be, right? These could be modules inside a singular project. But that means that comms could rely on client and game loop and map. They can rely on each other left, right, and center. So you get a lot of pollution in your crates, and maybe you should learn how to use double quotes, right? But you get a lot of pollution. There are people who don't like doing it this way. That it makes sense, right? But I personally think that the pollution is just waiting to happen, so I don't enjoy it. What was I doing again? Oh yeah, right. Loop. A little bit. Tick. Yeah, so to advance every timer, if we can have the timer on the thing that is advancing, right? That would be pretty good. So we have a time step, and all of these are phantom datas. They're not going to be phantom datas anymore. Okay, I have decided that you are not longer a phantom data. But before we do that change, we need to git add Git commit. All right, why not we do that, right? And then push. Oh, okay. I didn't think I'd set that up on GitHub. Okay. No. Okay. I should not have done that. You might. Never mind. Safety commit. Added ape. Ape. Oh yeah. Well, you see how clever you are after 8 hours of this nonsense. Then. When will Rust add generators? They're called iterators, and yes, Rust has generators, but they are probably not gonna be anywhere near us anytime soon. So what do you need from a generator that you don't get from an iterator? Because we can very easily build a generator if we want to, right? Let me build a generator that generates numbers, right? Struct numgen. And we need some kind of max value here. Let's impl for numgen. There we go, right? And we are going to give you a number. So we do self.0 minus equals 1. If self.0 is equal to 0, then return none. Otherwise, return sum, self.0. And there we go. We have a number generator, right? Now, this is fun. I don't know. Being able to yield values from arbitrary code can be useful. Okay, you are unhappy with my number generator, so we shall make another one. Okay. Make you mutable. Urgh. Come on, man. There we go. We have yielding values from arbitrary code. Probably should have that one in there as well. But here's a generator, right? It's pretty beautiful and arbitrary. Eep. Oh, what did I do? What expression do you want from me? You need to be mutable as well. Oh, all right. Blen. Because the gen keyword is now taken. There you go. Oops. There you go. Arbitrary values. You're not going to get arbitrary return types, but there is, of course, actual generators. Right? There are. But with... with futures and I mean you can get all these things. You can solve these things. Generators being able to yield, okay. How would you do that in Rust? I have no idea. But that's not because it can't be done. That's because I have no idea. I don't know how you're gonna traverse a tree in a generator and yield from that. You are better off using a visitor. The only thing you have to store some kind of state in your iterator doing so. But that's kind of what I made a video on though, which sucks. So don't look at it. All right, what was I doing? Oh yeah, I know. We were ticking. Like it's nobody's business. Okay, here we go. So we're gonna have a thing here. That's a T. And then we'll make a new one. We're gonna pass the thing in here. Yeah. And what do you want? You want to be someone. It's not tick, is it? It's not blooming tick, is it? We need time and delta. Is it a tick? Just can't understand what I've done here. My goodness. When do I get to sleep? All right. I think we have some music playing that I'm not listening to. It did. Why can't we advance this? Okay, so we can make an approximate now from our nonsense here, can't we? Let's do this arbitrary timer thing and let's make this an approximate one. I'm just wondering why this is compiling when I make things up. With fixed. Okay. Come on, hands. Just do things. Only if your ears are working and you enjoy listening to music. No, this is the short answer. I don't know what I'm talking about. I am definitely flying on fumes here. Much like Tracer. We need a frame time. That's going to be self.time. No bunnies yet in this game. No, that's the duration, right? How the hell did I figure this out? Is that it? Does this thing not have time? No. I can't play this music because it's not royalty free. It's royally music instead. There is no now here. Where did that come from? Do we have that on the game loop? Yeah, look at this bastard. Time. Is self.time used here? It isn't. So why does it exist? That wouldn't be a bad idea. We could possibly do something, but I also don't think you guys like my music very much. I played some of it briefly, and I think people just go like... I can sing. Nice try, Don. I do that to the wife all the time. And she actually knows how to sing. I listened to a lot of Soilwork recently. Are you sure? Oh, man. Okay. Like, my brain is so blorped right now. I don't think we need the now thing here. We're gonna get rid of that. It's supposed to have this instant, but I think the instant could go. No, we can't. We're gonna put the instant on the loop builder. That's obviously what we're gonna do. Don't be silly. Don't be a sausage. Why are you being a dingus? No, you're not expecting a box die in anything. Get out of here. Soon, Scott. Soon. Yes, you make sense. Oh, that's why. So sorry, my brain failed. No, that's not right. That shouldn't be there. But there is no time field. Oh, loop builder has a time field. Like that. Okay. Duration is missing. Yeah, we have to say what's the duration of this thing, right? Fine. Can we use duration? I mean, that seems stupid. There, now it is no longer that. Okay, so if we run this, there we go. So we can run one of these. But these are independent. They don't share a context. How's it going, Crisscross? How you doing? No, we are being very cross-platform. A Tempe quote. I don't think that's a concern when you're doing this freefall. I am woozy, confused, and really exhausted. That's what I am. But we're making progress here. We're making some sweet progress. Yes. Okay. But there's no shared context with these, so that's not ideal. Then what do we do? Okay, let's get the other ones in here. Do we need labels for this? Soon enough I shall nap. I think maybe the labels are good. I think we want labels. Labels are good for debugging. But let's not. That could be a problem. Okay, maybe not. Hmm. Yeah. What about the physics though? Yeah, that works. Okay. Okay, so that is the fixed step, approximate step. What else do we need? Fixed, approximate, instant, and driver. frick. Okay, so this one is now a problem, although it isn't. I think there's going to be some context sharing between these two, maybe. But the times are just drivers. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But this one is obviously an issue. Yeah, the render is an issue. Let's see what happens here. Why are we advancing the renderer when we call render here? So maybe we shouldn't even have a renderer there. Because the render is running on the tick. That's not right, though. Piss on it. Okay, so that one has to be... Can we pass a function in, maybe? No, we can't, because it has to own whatever it is. Yeah, that doesn't work. It's a completely arbitrary and nonsensical way of handling this. Yeah. So for the render... Well, this means that the render can't be controlled outside of the loop. Which is kind of okay for now. Like that, and we get rid of the rendering. Okay. These are all the different time loops or different timings we can have. I don't know what the other one is. The driver. When do we have a driver? See, that's kind of weird. Why is the driver not powered by the tick, though? Maybe it shouldn't be. Right. If the driver is powered by the tick, what does the receiver look like? It just doesn't advance like you would do. So the driver should just exist and drive. So we're always activating the driver regardless. Okay. I mean, we're paying the cost for the transfer of... Well, there's no cost there to worry about. Not really. I think we're good. There is no step here. There's a remote driver instead. Okay, let's set up a driver on a different thread for this. How do we do that? We spawn it, okay. Wow, this does that for us? Where does the fix come from? And how do we make a wrapper then? We don't. We don't make one? It's not even public? Huh. There's nothing that can create a remote driver. That's bizarre. Okay, so how is that ever gonna work? Okay, well, let's think about this from the game perspective, right? Oh, we don't even have that in there. We can't because we don't know how it's gonna fit together yet. Okay, I think I'm too bloody frazzled for this. I'm going to pass you guys on to someone else who might be a functioning human being. Who is that gonna be? Maybe some kind of Linux game dev here. Let's do that. Right, I have been streaming for almost 9 hours. I think it's time for me to go and do something else. I will be back tomorrow with more game dev and possibly a release of Anathema. We'll see what the tests look like, but the merge should be fine. Anyway, thanks, bye. And you.